Executive Order 10990 allows the government to take over all modes of transportation and control the highways and seaports. 10995 allows the government to seize and control the communications media. 10997 allows the government to take over all electrical power, gas, petroleum, fuels, and minerals. 10998 allows the government to seize all means of transportation, including personal cars, trucks, or vehicles of any kind. 10999 allows the government to take over all food resources and farms. Executive Order 11000 allows the government to mobilize civilians into work brigades under government supervision. 11001 allows the government to take over all health, education, and welfare functions. 11002 designates the Postmaster General to operate a national registration of all persons. 11003 allows the government to take over all airports and aircraft, including commercial aircraft. 11004 allows the Housing and Finance Authority to relocate communities, build new housing with public funds, and designate areas to be abandoned. 11005 allows the government to take over railroads, inland waterways, and public storage facilities. 11921 gives the Federal Emergency Preparedness Agency the authority to take over all banking institutions in the United States. As we've just seen, there are laws on the books that make it perfectly legal for the United States government to suspend citizens' rights. However, if we look to the founding documents for guidance, we'll find that it's not our government that bestows these rights upon us in the first place. According to the founders, all of our rights are unalienable. So what does that mean? According to Webster's dictionary, the definition of unalienable is not capable of being transferred to another, or in layman's terms, non-negotiable, not to be forfeited, or birthright. How much plainer can it possibly be? Our founding documents tell us that these rights cannot be transferred or taken away by anyone, not by any person, not by any government. So if the government passes laws that violate the Constitution, how can they enforce those bad laws? It's very simple. We let them do it.
Read my lips. No new taxes.
The last thing we should do is raise taxes on the middle class. You will not see your taxes increase one single dime. You will not see your taxes increased a single dime. I repeat, not one single dime.
Under this mandate, the government is forcing people to spend money, fining you if you don't. How is that not a tax?
One thing we do really have to recognize is this is a domestic enemy. This is not just people with different ideas. These are not just nice folks who have funny, silly ideas that they will eventually figure out are just not very mature. No, these people are dangerous, dangerous enemies, and they are intent on overthrowing this country and imposing a socialist system that will mean extreme hardship for the vast majority of people in this country. Their entire purpose was to detach our culture from any moral anchors whatsoever.
You look at the changes in America since 1960, perhaps. The whole culture's been transformed.
They're coming out of the belief that the village should raise the child. And the village means the government.
They have deliberately destroyed the American family, understanding that's the foundational block that builds a society.
Where we once were, we are no longer a Christian nation, or no longer a Christian nation. Change has come to America.
world in which there is the very real prospect of a new world order.
We've got to give them a stake in creating the kind of world order that I think all of us would like to see.
But the burdens of globalist citizenship continue to bind us together.
The president is proposing to spend more than $3.5 billion.
The national debt is now over $11 billion.
Wants to create a conspiracy.
Collapse of Building 7.
Taking live now to the Justice Department. Attorney General Roberto Gonzalez briefs reporters on terror-related.
I believe that banking institutions are more dangerous to our liberties than standing armies. If the American people ever allow private banks to control the issuance of their currency, first by inflation, then by deflation, the banks and corporations that will grow up around the banks will deprive the people of all property until their children wake up homeless on the continent their fathers conquered. The issuing power should be taken from the banks and restored to the people, to whom it properly belongs. Thomas Jefferson, 3rd President of the United States.
It's part of our Constitution. You know, the right to bear arms is because that's the last form of defense against tyranny.
These are bills that Congress ran up.
There's been a lot of debate at the Capitol on bills relating to voter integrity.
Some lawmakers are pushing for measures such as requiring voters to show a photo ID before being allowed to cast a ballot. Another bill would criminalize anyone who delivers a ballot for someone unable to drive to the polls. Now, with so much emphasis on one vote for one person, you'd think lawmakers would make sure they follow the rules too. In tonight's CBS 42 Investigates, Nancy Wilson found out many don't.
It's a record vote. Clerk, please read the bill.
This is State Representative Debbie Riddle. She authored the bill that would require voters to show a photo ID.
Clerk, bring the bill. It's a record vote.
It's all about integrity.
Record vote.
But the integrity of one person, one vote doesn't apply at the legislature. We found many lawmakers vote more than once. Take a look. Riddle votes, turns around, votes again for State Rep Kemple. Rewind. And watch the men on the screen. Elkins goes to vote for Merritt, but Hancock is faster. Elkins heads back to his desk, but before he can vote, Joe Crabb turns around and beats him to it. There is so much going on during the vote on the HPV vaccine mandate, you really have to pay attention. Start with State Rep Hamilton at his desk, who leans over to vote a second time for his desk mate Dan Branch, then reaches back to vote for Charlie Howard and casts a fourth vote for Wayne Smith. He's not the only one scrambling to vote. Rewind the video and take a look at the top of the screen. State Reps West and Phillips both lean over to vote for themselves and their desk mates. Phillips votes a third time for Christian. On the left, Donna Howard votes for State Rep Vo. State Representative Dunham didn't have to leave his chair to cast 4 votes. One for himself, then for Coleman, Martinez Fisher, and then Vesey. Sometimes the voting is across party lines. Hartnett, a Republican, reaches back to vote for Democrat Oliveira. Democrat Matt Reynolds votes for Republican England, and Republican John Davis votes for Democrat Noriega. Most voters have no way of knowing if their lawmakers are actually casting their own vote. Even though the legislature is broadcast on cable TV, the cameras change from this to this when it's time to vote. But if you're sitting on the 3rd floor gallery,
I certainly noticed that there appear to be far more votes on the tick board than there were people in the room.
Arnie and Laurel Weiss were baffled when they came to see the legislature in action.
It seems very inappropriate and they should do something about it. Yeah, definitely.
State Rep Debbie Reynolds says voting for other members is done out of necessity.
We have a lot of votes. We have a lot of amendments. And there's times when we don't break for lunch and we don't break for dinner. We don't have bathroom breaks.
Necessity or not, one thing is clear. They aren't supposed to be doing it. According to the official House rules, written, voted, and approved by lawmakers at the beginning of the session, any member found guilty by the House of knowingly voting for another member on the voting machine shall be subject to discipline deemed appropriate by the House.
These are bills that Congress ran up. These are bills that Congress ran up.
According to Food for Freedom, S510, the Food Safety Modernization Act, may be the most dangerous bill in the history of the U.S. Number one, it puts all U.S. food and all U.S. farms under Homeland Security and the Department of Defense in the event of contamination or an ill-defined emergency. Number two, it would end U.S. sovereignty over its own food supply by insisting on compliance with the WTO, thus threatening national security. Number three, it would remove the right to clean, store, and thus own seed in the U.S., putting control of seeds in the hands of Monsanto and other multinational corporations, threatening U.S. security. Number four, it begins the final destruction of what is left of the U.S. economy.
The health code basically has been written to prohibit the sale of all kinds of things. You know, you can't sell fresh juices any longer. I mean, they've gotten so involved in this ridiculous stuff that now the real question should be posed. And I was on KFI radio the other day, and basically the question to be posed is, who is behind it ultimately, and what is the purpose? And these are the kind of questions that need to be posed, because it's not what one club was being rated compared to another one. We have what's called a digital laser-guided temperature gun here that actually looks like somewhat like a gun. My question, which I have not posed to anybody, is let's just say somebody had walked out one of our small walk-ins with that, you know, faced at one of these guys with a gun drawn, maybe, just maybe, the other person would have pulled the trigger. These foods that have now been made illegal, raw goat milk, raw juice, raw anything, I mean, especially raw products. I mean, you can't go to the Whole Foods and the
You could call it a case of milking authority way too far. Citizens in the Southern California town of Venice are outraged following a police raid on a raw food store, all over a few bottles of milk. Could this be a sign that police are squeezing too tightly? Well, joining me now with more from our Los Angeles studio is George Heminger. He's the founder of Survive and Thrive TV. So, George, what the heck is going on over there? Do police have nothing better to do in LA than raid organic food stores?
Well, the Los Angeles Times broke this story, and what's shocking about this story is that police officers are going into this grocery store. It's a co-op organic raw food store, guns drawn, and we put this up on Survive and Thrive TV, and it's basically created a firestorm on the internet. People are really shocked that the police and the district attorney don't have anything better to do but to harass local cooperatives, you know, engaging in sharing food.
Right, yeah.
It's pretty shocking.
Our viewers are getting a chance to kind of see that video right now, and it is pretty shocking stuff. I mean, you're seeing the police here with their guns raised like they're about to, you know, raid some sort of drug house or something like that. You know, I've heard of fights over a lot of things in the past year. You know, we talk about immigration, healthcare, the war in Afghanistan, but tell me about this battle over organic foods that's brewing. I mean, why are people getting so fired up about this?
Well, what's happening in this country is big agricultural business, large corporations see these co-ops as a threat. They control a majority of the food that's produced in America, and they've hijacked the FDA and government regulatory agencies. If you think about it, these private individuals that go out and own a piece of a farm or own a cow and then share in that production of that is a threat to the market share of these corporations. They don't fit into the corporate model. Therefore, they must be destroyed, apparently.
And let's go back to that video that we were just talking about and we all got a chance to look at. Seems here that, you know, the police are using a little bit of excessive force, and that's a topic that we've covered pretty frequently here on RT. But tell me why it's necessary for the police to swarm in with guns for an assignment like this. And, you know, I also want to point out that this isn't the first time the LAPD have made headlines for doing something dramatic. I mean, why is that? Can you talk a little bit more about their reputation and why incidents like this seem to repeatedly happen?
Sure. I mean, what's involved here is more intimidation tactics by the police. That's what I believe. It wasn't necessary to go in here, guns drawn. I mean, this is a regulatory event. This isn't something where you need to be pointing guns at people. I spoke with the owner of Rawsome, and he was really shocked when he first saw this footage. In fact, a lot of people online are thinking this is a burglary or some other type of event. They don't even believe that it's an actual, you know, the situation that presented itself in the Los Angeles Times. And the owner of Rawsome mentioned to me that in that store they have thermal laser guns that they use to take temperature gauges of the food. What happens if a worker there came out with one of their laser temperature guns when that police officer had his gun drawn like that? We're talking about a major incident. Right now, the police department, the district attorney, is having a major blowback just because of this video that's going viral on the internet.
Right, I guess they're kind of lucky in a way that it didn't get to kind of a worse or more escalated situation there. Now, George, I got a chance to check out your website. It was pretty cool. Tell our viewers a little bit more about yourself. I know you kind of, quote-unquote, opted out of the traditional American lifestyle back in 2008. Why did you do that? And, you know, I've met a number of people like you who have done the same thing. Some call themselves preppers, others call themselves survivalists. When you see incidents like this one that happened in LA, does it reconfirm to you that you made the right choice to kind of abandon mainstream America?
Well, mainstream America won't be able to continue to operate the way we're going. I mean, once again, the big corporations have control of the regulatory agencies, and they want people to fit in this corporate model where they can be regulated and controlled and taxed. And the biggest threat that the government and these big corporations have to them are people getting together locally to share food, share resources, and that's what I try to promote on Survive and Thrive TV. That's what's so shocking about what the kind of the crackdown on this type of behavior is. This type of behavior of sharing food and getting back to natural, unprocessed food needs to happen. Because, you know, I mean, as we're seeing...
I think that what you're saying makes a lot of sense, and unfortunately we're out of time right now, but it's very...
These are bills that Congress ran up.
Who owns the rain? Turns out, not you. You're actually breaking the law if you try to capture rain falling onto your roof and pour it on your flower bed.
A prominent Utah car dealer found that out when he tried to do something good for the environment. John Hollenhorst has the surprising story.
Rebecca Nelson captures rainwater in a barrel and she pours it on her plants.
We can fill up a barrel in one rainstorm, so it seems a waste to let it just fall into the gravel.
Car dealer Mark Miller wanted to do pretty much the same thing on a bigger scale. He collects rainwater on the roof of his new building, stores it in a cistern, and hopes to clean cars with it in a new water-efficient car wash. But without a valid water right, state officials say he can't legally divert rainwater.
I was surprised. We thought it was our water.
State officials say it's an old legal concept to protect people who do have water rights.
Obviously, if you use the water upstream, it won't be there for the person to use it downstream.
Utah is the second driest state in the nation. Our laws probably ought to catch up to that.
So what about the little guy watering with rainwater at home? Will anybody do anything about that violation of the law?
If she really does do that, then she ought to have a water right to do it.
Are you going to make an issue out of that?
No, we have bigger fish to fry.
After months of discussion, city and state officials worked out a tentative compromise with the bigger fish, Mark Miller Toyota.
He would basically be using a Salt Lake City water right and diverting it under our name.
Small fish are off the hook for now. The state has no plans to go after them. John Hollenhorst, Eyewitness News, Salt Lake City.
State officials say the Mark Miller agreement could become a blueprint for other rainwater projects. Homeowner projects, although technically illegal, are likely to stay off the state radar screen. So raindrops fall on your head, you probably can do it as you want.
Oh, man. Can't...
All right, we're right here at the motherfucking Walmart. Can't do video? Not of me. No, I'm not doing. I'm doing of the sign of Walmart. Not of you. Not of you. I promise. Oh yeah. Do this. We're at the motherfucking Walmart, the beach nut between Beach Nut and Bissonnette, and the reason why I'm recording is because all the carts.
Come here. Let me see your ID.
Hang on, sir. Nah, nobody has to show any ID, sir. Nobody has to show any ID, sir.
Yeah, you got to show ID.
Sir, you're grabbing me? Are you serious? Calm down.
Put it down.
Are you serious? You're about to tase me?
Look,
you're about to tase me?
Get your hand
hey!
off me. Don't tase me, sir. Don't tase me, sir.
Look at this.
What's wrong with you?
Are you seeing this?
Put that down.
Sir, I am harmful. I am
down.
I am not.
We're leaving.
We're leaving.
Don't resist.
We're leaving.
Don't me the
We are
phone.
leaving.
You're not going anywhere now.
We are leaving.
You put your hands on me, and now you're not going anywhere.
I didn't even touch you one time, sir. I haven't touched you one time.
Let me see your ID right now.
Please.
Let me see your ID right now.
That's the cop right there.
Turn that off.
It's off. It's not even.
Let me see it. Give it to me.
Sir, you don't have to take my phone. That has nothing to do with this. Hang on a second. I can pull out my ID. I can comply with what you're saying.
No, you're not complying with what I'm saying.
I don't understand why you're angry right
now. Because you're videotaping me, and I want to know who you are. That's why.
I was videotaping the grocery cart because they're all out here.
I'm not even a hostile person. I don't even have a.
Yeah, you are hostile.
I'm not.
Because you're non-compliant with me.
Non-compliant does not mean hostile. It means non-compliant, and I'm not being non-compliant.
Let me see your ID.
Here's my ID.
Let me see your ID too.
I was gonna give it to you, sir.
Calm down. We're nice people.
Yeah. I was gonna videotape because at a Walmart and we're just.
Yeah, I've already been hurt here once today.
Well, we're not those people, sir.
Well, you'll put your hands on me, okay? You'll put your hand up to stop me from what I'm doing, okay?
Well, I'm sorry I scared you, but we're not hostile people. And you don't have
fool
to.
me.
You don't have to be playing. You know, the authority game and things. We understand.
I don't think you
exactly
do.
How it is.
Apparently you don't.
I haven't broken the law, sir. So, and neither has my friend.
You have.
And we're complying with you right now.
At this point, you can go to jail. Do you understand?
We have not broken any law at all.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
We know our rights. We know the Constitution, sir. We know the Constitution.
Okay, you know what?
Do I sound illiterate?
I'm calling for a unit right now. We'll see how well you know the Constitution. Okay?
What's the unit gonna? What are they gonna do? Take me to jail for knowing the Constitution?
Whatever.
For standing for my freedom?
Bro, it's not even worth it. We can know what we know. You know, it is what it is. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Okay. We didn't do anything wrong. We weren't doing anything wrong whatsoever. So.
You resisted.
No, we did not.
Yeah,
sir.
you did.
No, we did not. You were about to tase me. And
We
you have no clue. You have no clue. You were about to tase us. You were about to tase us for no reason. For no reason.
You put your hands on me.
I didn't put my hand on you
Put your hands on, please.
Whatsoever. And I know we have witnesses out here.
You're on video from the store.
Perfect. Beautiful.
And I have a witness tell
even better. Even better. Because you were about to tase somebody you didn't even know what I go through, sir. You might have could have killed me. I'm a dialysis patient, sir. Okay, you could have tased me and made my blood pressure.
So we probably want to do it up here, which means you probably want to stay.
Is there somebody that's leading y'all here, or y'all just? Is this the group of you?
There's no group.
All right. Give you your warnings. If you come out here and you demonstrate by dancing, you'll be placed under arrest. Does everybody understand? Does everybody understand that? If you live more than 50 miles away from the District of Columbia, you will spend the night, the weekend in jail. Yes. Does everybody understand that?
Sir, that's illegal. What would we be charged with?
are too far away from the city to allow citation to reappear. Therefore, they lock you up and hold you for court.
What he's asking is in violation of what?
You'll find out.
What law is that?
Sir, I'm just giving you your warnings right now.
You're telling us to arrest us, but you're not telling us what law.
If you're dancing in here, and we're demonstrating it's going.
What is dancing? What is dancing? What if you're out of time or you're making movements with your body?
Whoa,
That's still dancing.
hey.
Oh, wait a second. You can go to jail for doing that.
You're not allowed to have free expression or free speech in the memorial to Thomas Jefferson, the champion of free speech. We're moving, man.
We're in love. We're stopping. We're stopping. We're stopping. You are not arresting us for standing
For
here.
what? You didn't even give me a warning.
I didn't even give you a warning.
Dancing in a public area is now
Give me a warning.
You didn't even give me a warning. What is your problem?
dancing is a crime.
You didn't even give me a warning. If you would have said something, I would have stopped.
I don't understand. I came over. I didn't even hear. I didn't even hear. Sir, I didn't even hear. Sir.
I didn't hear. I never talked to that guy. What are you talking about?
America, sir. You hate the Constitution, don't you?
Excuse me, sir. Did you ever talk to me?
You hate America, don't you? You hate freedom. All those men that are missing, all those MIAs.
Sir, turn around, put your hands behind your back.
Hey, watch my arm, watch my arm! Watch my arm, watch my arm! Watch my arm! Don't, I got a broken shoulder. I've got a bad shoulder.
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
Stop resisting! I'm not resisting. Stop resisting!
This is America. This is America when you dance in the public place. When you dance.
Sir, this is your last warning. Get on your knees right now. Sir, this is your last warning. Sir, this is your last warning.
What is going on?
Turn him over. Those are mine. Those are yours? I didn't want you to step down. 103 Stardust units, keep station 10-6.
Why are we doing this? This is ridiculous.
Hey, Sergeant! I did not get an order from you. I never heard from you one thing. It was yours. Sergeant!
Jim,
I never got an order from you. No, I'm not shutting up. You cannot shut me up. That's not the way this works. You cannot shut anyone up. You cannot stop them from dancing. You cannot stop them from kissing. You cannot stop them from doing things that come natural to people. We did absolutely nothing wrong. That sergeant told me nothing. He said nothing to me. That's wrong. You are being violently wrong. Telling me to shut up and I can't kiss my girlfriend inside this building. No, I'm not keeping my voice down. You're arresting me anyway for nothing. You told me I couldn't even kiss my girlfriend. I don't believe that you're pushing me back. Get out of here.
This is mine, can I grab it?
Hey, Sergeant! 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 Sergeant!
Yeah, it's closed. Forward, you'll be arrested. Clear them out.
Sorry, the memorial is temporarily closed. There's an elevator.
I understand, yes. They wanted to, back up, folks.
I'm sorry. Everybody have a permit for the videos?
Police state! This is a police state! This is a police state!
It's part of our Constitution. You know, the right to bear arms is because that's the last form of defense against tyranny.
For at least the last 50 years, they've been working actively behind the scenes, in the shadows, trying to move our people and our culture in a direction that was designed to destroy us.
Once people figure it out, they're going to do what people everywhere do. They're going to start protesting, and they're going to start revolting. And when that happens, that's when the powers that be feel threatened, and they use the power that they have.
They'd accomplished almost every single one of them, and nobody seemed to be noticing.
The common myth is that communism is dead, but there are more Communist Party members in the world today than there ever have been.
One of the things the communists are doing worldwide is not using that name. And so what we have is people with some of the same ideas masquerading in the United States under a variety of names. They're even trying to get away from the word liberal to describe them, and they're trying to call themselves progressives.
If you go to the American Communist Party website, all of the programs and policies they support are progressive.
So progressives are anything from a hardcore liberal to a communist to a socialist. They all call themselves progressives, and they all have broadly the same values and work together.
J. Edgar Hoover is called the masters of deceit, and a good magician waves one hand in the air while he's doing his dirty work with the other hand. And while everybody's saying communism has died, they moved through much of Africa.
Communism is resurgent in South Africa.
Into South and Central America.
Right now, 6 countries in Latin America are now communistic.
We have communist China, we have Cuba, North Korea, we have Vietnam.
It still dominates behind the scene in Russia. It's still very strong in Eastern Europe. It is strong in the EU. It is strong in virtually every country in the world.
Whittaker Chambers said, the communism succeeds because most people that promote communist causes are not communist. The useful idiots, that Lenin called them, it gives it an air of legitimacy it would never have if it was identified with communists and communism.
So why has it been so easy for them to get people on the left who aren't communists to push forward their agenda? Once I looked at the political scale, it all started to make sense. On the far left, you have 100% government, and on the far right, zero government. Anarchy is no government and doesn't make sense at all. On the far left, you have socialism, communism, and Nazism, all systems that have a socialist form of government with only slight variances between them. Traditionally, Republicans were slightly to the right of center, and Democrats were slightly to the left. In recent years, though, through the radical influence of the media, Hollywood, and the multitude of Marxist professors in our universities, both parties have slid to the left, with the Democrats going so far they have openly joined hand in hand with the radicals. That's why they all work together. All the groups on the left now have the same goal: a socialist America.
I thought we were over communism. I thought, okay, we won that battle. The Berlin Wall came down. Ronald Reagan won the day. We've got to look and see how he fought this, because we're fighting it again on American soil. Not hostilely attacking us like we feared in the Cold War. It is from within.
And it has no opposition, none. And that's the frightening thing.
I think it's pretty clear to see communism isn't dead. They now disguise it by calling it different names, but the ideas behind it are alive and well. Almost 1.5 billion people still live in openly communistic countries. But unfortunately, most of us in America who are under the age of 50 have no idea what communism means to the people who live under it. So my next question was, what's so bad about communism?
Communism is so evil.
It's a completely tyrannical system.
The whole history of communism is one of mass murder.
Tens of millions of people brutally murdered by the communists.
The mass murder of more people in times of peace in all the wars of history combined.
Each of those countries where they have taken control, millions have been murdered.
When you're asking for what is the legacy of Marxism, it is the greatest killing machine in all of human history.
We're talking congressional record, 135 million dead due to communism. I think the real number is probably, when you add in abortions, over 500 million.
The rulers lived rather well, and at the same time you had all kinds of people who were enslaved, put in prison, oppressed, so you had really the opposite of what they claimed was going to be the result of their revolutionary activities.
You would think that if the 20th century was the most murderous of centuries, everyone would say, let's find out why. And the truth is, you can't even ask the question. It is verboten to ask the question because the ideas that brought about that mass murder are still being taught in our public schools today.
I think one of the reasons this has happened is because there's so much confusion surrounding the word communism. Technically speaking, communism is simply the final phase and goal of socialism. And socialism is best described by two words: big government. Government controls almost everything, and they use this power to take things by force from one person and give it to another. The liberals in America sincerely believe that this isn't evil at all. It is what will finally make things fair and just. There's only one problem that pulls some of us away from this wonderful utopian vision: history. From history we see that whether it was Hitler's National Socialism or Stalin's Soviet Socialism, socialism by whatever name and in all its forms is the ultimate evil. Sooner or later, it destroys everything in its path: law, morality, family, prosperity, productivity, education, incentive, and finally life itself. The problem with socialism is that it creates the conditions for a Stalin or a Hitler to come to power. That's why communism has such relevance today. It's the final destination on the road we're traveling.
Imagine that 2/3 of all Americans disappear. 170 million people. Or that the countries of Germany, France, and Spain are virtually wiped off the map. 170 million people gone. In the 20th century, that's how many innocents were slaughtered, tortured, starved, mutilated, worked to death, bayoneted, hanged, annihilated at the hands of their governments. They had no means to defend themselves. In February 1915, Turkey's political leaders and Muslim religious leaders make a detailed secret plan to annihilate the largely Christian minority. To reduce opposition, they lie about their intentions. The rulers proceed step by step. The first move, draft as many Armenian men as possible into the Turkish army. Thousands report for duty. The Armenian soldiers are then separated from their units and sent to labor camps, where they are worked to death, starved, or murdered in groups far out of public view. Not all of the men are gone, however. The next step, confiscate all weapons from Armenian civilians. Finding many guns is not hard. Turkey already has a gun control law requiring gun owners to report themselves to the government. Then comes the order. All Armenians must turn in their guns or face severe penalties. Policemen and soldiers go from house to house, ransacking homes and torturing people to get their guns. Armenians become so afraid of torture that they buy guns from other Turks, just so they can have something for the soldiers and policemen to take away. On June 26, 1915, the final stage of the genocide begins. The government proclamation declares, all Armenians will be deported to remote camps, no exceptions. Armenians have 5 days to get ready. They may bring only what they can carry. Armed guards gather the Armenians, mostly women, children, the old, and the sick, into groups of between 200 and 4,000 people to form convoys. The guards force march the Armenians over rough terrain and into the deserts during the hot summer months. People drop from exhaustion, are killed by the guards, or simply left to die. Sometimes the guards shoot or cut to pieces all the Armenians in a convoy. Fewer than 1 in 10 survive the march, and most of the survivors are butchered in the end. The death toll is staggering, as planned. 1.5 million Armenians, men, women, and children, have been eliminated from the earth. 3/4 of the Armenian population of Turkey. In the early 1930s, the outside world believes the Soviet Union is a paradise for workers and peasants. But for millions, that paradise is hell. In those years, the people of Ukraine, the Volga Basin, and the Caucasus are being deliberately starved to death by their own government. The groundwork for that cold-blooded famine was laid when the communists came to power in 1917. Almost immediately, they passed a series of laws, making it nearly impossible for non-party members to own firearms. They used licensing laws to tell them exactly who had guns, and with that information, they confiscated firearms. Penalties for possession of weapons grew more and more harsh. The Soviet leader, Joseph Stalin, fears enemies everywhere, but especially in Ukraine, the breadbasket of Europe. Ukraine's prosperous farmers crave independence. Stalin craves their grain to pay for industrial expansion. In 1929, Stalin decrees that all farmland, livestock, and produce in the Soviet Union belong to the state. Farmers are ordered to surrender their land and livestock and move to government-owned collective farms. But first, to terrify the rest into submission, several million of the most prosperous farmers are sent to forced labor or killed outright. These kulaks, as the best farmers are called, are demonized and excluded from society. Armed government thugs steal their property, sneering, "Eat, drink, and be merry, for it all belongs to us." Next, Stalin demands extraordinary quotas of grain, quotas no one could possibly meet, quotas enforced by soldiers with guns. Many farmers rebel. Resistance is fierce. But because of 10 years of firearms confiscations, the helpless people can fight back only with farm tools or sabotage. The worst is still to come. In 1932, Stalin takes the ultimate revenge on those who dared oppose him. Because Stalin controls all food distribution, he can cut off food supplies and starve entire regions. Because he controls all travel with internal passports, his secret police can force starving millions to remain within the devastated lands. Grain elevators stand full, but grain rots on the ground as Stalin refuses to distribute food. The powerless people can do nothing to stop their master. Catastrophe strikes and lasts for 2 endless years. Spies watch for anyone trying to take grain from the fields. Anyone caught hiding food is executed. Desperate families resort to cannibalism. Meanwhile, the New York Times Pulitzer Prize-winning Moscow correspondent Walter Duranty assures the world that there is no famine. And Stalin dupes the world by actually increasing the amount of grain exported from the Soviet Union. The United States and the League of Nations embrace and recognize the prosperous Soviet Union. From Moscow, Times reporter Duranty secretly confides the truth to Western governments, that as many as 10 million defenseless lives have been wiped out, with politically engineered starvation as the murder weapon. Chinese culture is built on obligation and obedience. The individual serves family, society, and state. Law governs the masses, but rulers stand above the law. The people easily become pawns. 20th century China is filled with turmoil and war. In the early years, nationalists vie with communists for political control. By 1935, the nationalist government, now in full power, prohibits private ownership of arms. A person can be punished even if he violates the law unintentionally. But the new laws do not bring peace to the disarmed and obedient citizens of China. 1942 to 44. 4 million die in famines aggravated by government confiscation of crops. 1937 to 1949, the Sino-Japanese War. Men who refuse to be drafted into the army are tortured, mutilated, and killed. Many uncooperative soldiers are shot or starved to death. The toll, another 4 million. And in 1937, there is Nanking. 225,000 Japanese troops advance on the city. 300,000 Chinese soldiers flee, throwing down their weapons in the path of the oncoming Japanese war machine. Hundreds of thousands of children, women, sick, and old people are left to the mercy of a merciless foreign invader. Lacking any tradition of self-defense and forbidden to own firearms, the people of Nanking are cornered and helpless. They are raped, buried alive, burned alive, used for bayonet practice, and forced to watch as their own organs are cut out of them. Even a visiting Nazi observer is horrified. More misery is to come. When the communists take over in 1949, they impose their own laws to discourage and punish firearms ownership. The most harmless forms of gun ownership are forbidden. Yet the communists themselves are lawless under Chairman Mao's drive to produce an ideal society. From the agrarian reforms of the 1950s to the Cultural Revolution near the end of Mao's reign, men, women, and children are treated as tools of the government or as enemies of the state. During 38 long years, communist violence and economic experiments wipe out an additional 35 million Chinese, and possibly as many as 100 million. Chairman Mao said that guns were the ultimate source of all political power. He controlled all the guns. January 1933. Hitler is elected to power in Germany. Because of a gun registration law passed just 5 years earlier, he already knows which Germans own firearms. Nazi government agents combine primitive brutality with modern record-keeping to conduct mass seizures of weapons from political opponents. Violent raids and obedient gun turn-ins also reduce ordinary Germans to helplessness. Within months, the Nazis have firmly consolidated their power. But this is not enough. In 1938, they create their own gun control law. November 1938, Kristallnacht, the night of broken glass. Incited by propaganda minister Goebbels and led by Nazi government agents, Germans commit a nationwide attack against the Jews, shattering storefronts, looting property, burning synagogues, committing murder. The day after Kristallnacht, the Nazis forbid Jews to possess any firearm, club, or sharp-edged weapon. Violators face 5 years in a concentration camp. Jews turn in their weapons to the police, or the Nazis storm in after them. Stripped of their power to resist, Germany's Jews await slaughter. Technology helps the Nazis make savagery efficient. Census data and national ID cards tell them exactly who is a Jew. In a few days of terror, between 30,000 and 90,000 Jewish men, mostly community leaders, are arrested and sent to concentration camps. It is the beginning of the final solution. The so-called Jewish problem now being solved, Hitler can focus on preparing for World War. All over Europe, men and women resist the Nazis, but not in Germany, where Hitler is able to find and seize their weapons. 3 million German political opponents are imprisoned in concentration camps between 1933 and 1945. More than 5 million Jews slaughtered, 1 million children, gypsies, Slavs, pacifists, critics, the disabled. More than 11 million total die in concentration camps. Nearly 21 million civilians throughout Europe perish at Hitler's hands. Kingdom of Cambodia has existed for centuries, but after 90 years under French domination, the country is in chaos. In 1975, following 5 years of civil war, the Communist Khmer Rouge seized power. Led by dictator Pol Pot, they set about purifying the country. Communist regimes elsewhere in the world had aimed to establish paradise on earth someday. The Khmer Rouge want it now. Their idea of paradise means eliminating all religious leaders, monks, nuns, priests and preachers, political enemies, city dwellers, Vietnamese and members of other undesirable ethnic groups, all traces of Western culture or capitalism, all students and intellectuals, professionals, anyone who can speak English or French or who has more than a 7th grade education. Merely wearing eyeglasses marks people for death squads. The Khmer Rouge don't need any new laws. Their will is the law. But ever since a series of earlier uprisings, Cambodia has had tight restrictions on firearms ownership, such as laws restricting the number of weapons. And permits so strict that a firearm owner can't even loan a gun to a family member. Combined with Cambodia's poverty and non-violent Buddhist traditions, these laws ensure that very few Cambodians own firearms or are prepared for any form of self-defense. Anyone who fought against the Khmer Rouge and any civilians who owned firearms are forced to disarm the moment Pol Pot takes power. The defenseless people are unaware and unready for what is to come. The Khmer Rouge force mass evacuations of the cities. Believing the evacuations will be temporary, Cambodians neither resist nor take enough food to survive. The move is not temporary. The entire population of the country, those who are not slaughtered outright, is herded onto collective farms to labor without homes, personal possessions, or families. All of Cambodia is turned into a concentration camp, brutally administered. No one can receive mail or phone calls, books, or skilled medical care. All human relationships are shattered. The simple act of saying a kind word to a child is punishable by death. The methodical evacuation and slaughter fit well with Pol Pot's goal: to reduce Cambodia's population from 7 million to about 1 million primitive agricultural workers. Year by year, for the next 4 years, the Khmer Rouge murder Cambodians at a rate 8 times higher than that of Nazi Germany. More than a quarter of the country's population dies before Vietnamese troops invade with machine guns, helicopter gunships, and tanks. It takes them only a month to put a stop to the madness. In Uganda, 300,000 undefended people die, yet few outsiders care. The world turns its eyes away. It is the hidden genocide. When Idi Amin comes to power in 1971, the world's political leaders embrace him. Amin overthrows dictator Milton Obote, who had banned political parties, killed opponents, and enacted a socialist agenda. Obote's government had also passed laws forbidding private citizens to possess firearms. Only government officials and other friends could get permission. Obote had been unpopular, and who could be worse? Surely not big, strapping Idi Amin, a clown who sometimes jumps into swimming pools in his full-dress general's uniform. But Amin is not merely worse. He is unspeakable. He immediately orders the slaughter of all soldiers whose loyalty he doubts. 16,000 men disappear in the next few months. Next, Amin claims that God has instructed him to throw every Asian out of the country. Then all the English people must go. Amin confiscates their businesses and land to give to his cronies. Uganda plunges into chaos. To prevent resistance, Amin makes it illegal for 3 or more people to be together if one of them is armed. Firearms are seized at Amin's whim. Amin's personal agents run amok. They torture and cruelly mutilate their targets, mostly Christians, rival tribespeople, and anyone Amin or his soldiers just happen to dislike. The dead include a university vice-chancellor, an Anglican bishop, a Supreme Court justice who dares rule against Amin's whims, and the Minister of the Interior, who is dismembered alive. Death squads sometimes make victims lie down in gutters to make their blood easier to wash away. Most Ugandans have no arms and no power to resist the killer regime. The orgy of slaughter continues for 8 years. In 1979, Amin is finally overthrown. Saudi Arabia welcomes him as a guest, and there he lives for decades in peace. The smiling monster never faces prosecution for the death of 300,000 innocents. % of Rwanda's population belongs to the Hutu tribe. About 9% are Tutsi. The tribes often intermarry, but rivalries have simmered, especially since Belgian colonial rulers in the early 20th century gave political authority to the Tutsi minority. By 1994, a Hutu regime has been in power for many years. Some Tutsis have threatened rebellion, and the government has responded by calling all Tutsis rebels. The government has fueled a campaign of hate, preaching violence against Tutsis. State-controlled radio stations call for the extermination of the Tutsi. And in April, it begins. The grave is only half full, one radio station declares. Who will help us to fill it? Thousands of murderers help in an unspeakable frenzy that lasts 100 days. Government troops participate. So do armed Hutu gangs that have been issued weapons for the purpose. Weapons are sometimes crude. Machetes, axes, nail-studded clubs, and blunt instruments. Some attackers use firearms. But the helpless Tutsi and those Hutu who oppose the government often have nothing more than rocks. Laws and poverty have kept the victims from getting weapons to defend themselves. The Minister of Defense controls permits for weapons and keeps a registry of those few people allowed to possess firearms. The Minister of Defense is also the chief organizer of the nationwide killing campaign. If victims can find or make weapons equal to those of their attackers, then they stand a chance of surviving. In Kigali province, civilians huddle in a church compound, using rocks, bows and arrows, and a single gun seized from a dead soldier. They hold off attackers for a week. Eventually, they are overwhelmed by troops wielding grenades, 5,500 die. In one town, the mayor urges villagers to disarm, saying the police will protect them. When they refuse, he orders police to shoot them. The war of rocks against bullets in that town lasts 3 days. In the end, 20,000 townspeople are massacred. Across Rwanda, tens of thousands hide in schools and churches. They are besieged and beaten or shot to death. To catch people trying to escape the killing, roadblocks are set up throughout the country. Soldiers check national ID cards. Unarmed, defenseless people whose cards identify them as Tutsi are slaughtered, man, woman, and child. Merely to be who you are is punishable by death. But of course, these horrors struck other people far away. People who are different from us. Countries that are different from ours. Surely, it can't happen here. The United States, at its best, is a great nation. Yet here, too, people can become powerless targets. They may suffer simply for being who they are. It is the 19th century. Up to 4 million Americans are slaves, entirely without rights. 250,000 free blacks live among them. Many work to outlaw slavery. A spirit of rebellion grows, and among the white majority, fear grows. Maintaining total control of slaves becomes an obsession. America's earliest disarmament laws are designed to keep one race, and one race only, helpless. slaves rise in rebellion, tension increases, and states pass even more laws to control blacks. In 1865, the North wins the war between the states, ending slavery forever. 3 years later, the 14th Amendment extends full citizenship and equal legal protection to the former slaves. That is, the law extends equal protection in theory. When states can no longer pass laws like this, they pass laws like these instead to keep guns out of the hands of poor blacks. Disarmament does not bring peace or safety, certainly not to blacks.
Cold, hard facts, the anti-gun forces can no longer escape. Armed robberies have skyrocketed, up 69%. Assaults involving guns rose 28%. Gun murders increased 19%. And a new phenomenon, home invasions jumped 21%. An increase politicians insist they can't explain because they're still trying to legally define what a home invasion is and what the penalty should be.
Part of the difficulty is that there is no clear definition of home invasion in the law.
Never cease to be amazed at the ingenuity of lawyers.
If the politicians want a pay rise, boom, that's done in 20 minutes. But to define home invasion, what a joke.
I have no trouble at all in defining what a home invasion is. I think if someone sets their foot inside your door uninvited, they are invading your home and your privacy.
And victims who have survived home invasions don't need a definition. They've lived through hours of terror. Arthur Field was tied up, his hands and feet taped, his phone lines cut, while two robbers ransacked his house.
And they jumped on me and knelt on my chest and grabbed me around the throat because I immediately started calling out, help.
I don't know how many men, they start smashing the windows. There was a lot of glass shattering, a lot of noise outside, and I stood in the kitchen, I was trembling.
The Zawadzkis remember thugs running through their home, demanding money and threatening to kill them. Mr. Zawadzki says if he had a firearm, the suspects never would have gotten away.
Do you will stand waiting till you get killed? Or you will defend yourself? Tell me true, you will defend yourself.
Scars that never heal, citizens left powerless, but it's criminals who have been empowered and emboldened by the new gun laws because the innocent can't fight back.
What's happening today is that the offender, the bad guys, are happy to break into somebody's house. They're not frightened to break into somebody's house while they're at home.
Citizens deny the right to protect themselves by a justice system that won't.
Well, my opinion of the legal system here is it's absolutely weak. Weak as water. I mean, it's because they've just got no backbone. That the sentencing for various crimes is just pathetic.
And police who can't. They're undermanned, and morale has never been lower.
It's very bad at the moment. It's never been worse. Since 1993, we've had a real decrease in over 230 sworn police officers in this state.
These policemen have joined the job, police women have joined the job to go out and do it, and they can't even attend at breaks or assaults because there's no vehicle to even get them there. I mean, that's just absolutely ridiculous.
Gun laws that have backfired. And Australians who have been forced to hide behind bars and deadbolts. Some are even installing extensive security systems because the firearms they still own that haven't been banned have to be locked up, unloaded, and unavailable.
I mean, get real. If I have someone break in here, I've got to go get the bolt, get the rifle, find the ammunition somewhere else, put it all together, and then defend myself. If this other person's got a firearm, it's going to threaten my life. No way, it doesn't bloody add up.
A political fraud, gun bans that haven't made a difference, and gun owners now struggling to stop a growing momentum against them.
The people pushing the removal of guns from the Australian society are already saying that's only the first step, publicly, that's only the first step. Now we want the handguns, we want every other firearm.
Their warning to Americans, Don't think it can't happen to you. It can, and it already is.
Unless you, as a firearms owner, get off your butt now and start to oppose those that want to take them off of you right here and now, I would say that within 5 to 10 years, the restrictions on gun owners in America will be similar to what happens in Australia.
Don't trust your politicians. Get in there, keep on their backs. Be a member of the NRA, be a member of your local gun club.
Be part of the NRA and never, ever, ever give up your freedoms, because that's, in the end, that's all you've got.
If you think you have rights, tomorrow the government can take them away from you.
I think the Americans have to be very, very careful because, you know, their rights will be quickly eroded as ours have, and we don't have a chance in hell of getting those rights back.
A gun buyback that forced law-abiding citizens to surrender their firearms in a nationwide roundup and meltdown of all semi-automatic firearms and pump-action rifles and shotguns. 640,000 ordinary conventional firearms confiscated and destroyed.
When governments fear the people, disarmament often follows. The law may target one group, but other individuals pay the consequences. World War II. President Roosevelt issues an executive order authorizing the War Department to exclude any and all persons from vast military zones. The order doesn't identify any group, but everyone understands it means people of Japanese ancestry. Of the 110,000 who are rounded up and sent to camps, more than 2/3 are American citizens. They have committed no crimes. Being citizens doesn't protect them. They are disarmed as enemy aliens. Ironically, the U.S. government soon recruits young Japanese American men from these camps. And the young men go on to become part of one of the most highly decorated infantry regiments to fight in World War II. Some German and Italian Americans are also taken to camps without being accused of any crime. Those imprisoned include American-born children. Like the Japanese, those sent to camps are disarmed. Some U.S. citizens are even deported to Germany.
Let me warn you, and let me warn the nation, against the smooth evasion that says, of course we believe these things. We believe in social security. We believe in work for the unemployed. We believe in saving homes. Cross our hearts and hope to die. We believe in all these things. But we do not like the way the present administration is doing them. Just turn them over to us. We will do all of them. We will do more of them. We will do them better. And most important of all, the doing of them will not cost anybody anything.
The FEMA plans to imprison American citizens have generated a lot of interest around the country in locating the potential prison camps throughout the country. These may be facilities currently being used as prisons, such as those you saw earlier, or prisons that are being built supposedly in the name of the war on drugs, or facilities that have other uses but which could be quickly used to detain large numbers of people, such as this Amtrak facility in Beech Grove, Indiana. We're standing now in the main parking lot, which doesn't look too sinister. At this level, it is a very large parking lot, fenced on all sides by fence topped by barbed wire. It also has these electronically operated turnstiles. There is also a surveillance camera, just like we saw at the FEMA facility, pointing out to the parking lot, and a helicopter windsock. All of these apparent security measures are particularly unusual here because this is a very low crime area and this facility is nothing but an old train repair station with nothing in it worth stealing. In this portion of the parking lot is a brick building, suitable for processing, next to a gate that leads right out to the railroad tracks, and all of this is contained inside a fully fenced area, now 3 layers deep in fencing at this point. This U.S. Air Force train indicates federal and military involvement. Facing the opposite direction, you can see that this area, too, is a very large fenced area with railroad track running the length of the fence and plenty of warehouses. This facility was supposed to have closed in June of 1993, yet instead several $1 million in federal funds have been spent on supposed renovations over the past 2 years. Helicopter windsocks and markers are evident throughout the property. This small building is the only way into a particular fenced area. Inside this building, we see more of the motion-activated detectors, electronic turnstiles, and prison bars. All of the renovations to this property have involved putting in new fencing, electronic turnstiles, concrete flooring in unused warehouse buildings, and putting in large gas furnaces on buildings that were never heated any time in the past 20 years. Outside this building is fencing and a cattle run section of fence, all topped by barbed wire, pointing inward, not to keep people out, but to keep people in. This was common throughout the facility, particularly the new fencing that had been erected. Inside the fenced area on the other side of the building, you'll see signs that say Red Zone, right up next to the railroad tracks that run the length of the fenced area. Next to the Red Zone sign, you can see closely numbered markers on the fences that are too closely spaced to be parking markers, just as if they plan to have people line up to board the trains. Here's a helicopter marker on the power lines outside the facility, indicating expected helicopter traffic, and again, another tall radio antenna. Looking around, you can get an idea of how huge this place is and how many people it could contain in its fenced-in area. In yet another fenced area, we see a large warehouse building at the end, with the electronic turnstiles in front of it. The building is one that has a new concrete floor, and its doors and windows have all been blocked. Outside, there are new gas pipes. Even as we were filming, a black helicopter flew over us, observing what we were doing, which has happened many times when we have been at the facility. The gas lines and gas pipes at the facility run the length of the building. And come out at some very, very large, brand new furnaces that have been installed at the buildings throughout the facility. We found this crane, which has seen better days, but is plainly marked U.S. Army in the middle of the stockyard. We found other fully working military trucks and equipment here at other times. Inside the facility, we found large fenced-in areas next to the railroad tracks marked Green Zone and Blue Zone, suitable for holding a lot of people. Many of the old warehouse buildings have had new concrete floors put into them. Unused sections of railroad track have been dug up and replaced, and from the supplies in the stockyards, it is obvious they will be doing even more construction and fencing. Senator Lugar of Indiana recently obtained more federal funding to renovate this facility, which is supposedly only for the repair of broken trains and where most of the buildings on the property haven't been used for years. It certainly appears they are expecting more than just broken trains. This tower, overlooking the entire facility at one end of the facility along the railroad tracks, also has a radio antenna on it with a ladder up inside of it. It would make an excellent watchtower.
When they have defense tools equal to those of attackers, people have the power to protect themselves. Once powerless, people can fall victim to any aggressor at any time. October 16, 1991, a bright, sunny day in Killeen, Texas, a crowded coffee shop. Young doctor Susanna Gracia is lunching with her parents. She often carries a sidearm for self-defense, but today she has left the gun in her car in the parking lot because it is illegal for her to keep the weapon in her purse. She's afraid she'll lose her license to practice if she's caught with it. Susanna Gracia is about to lose something much more precious. A truck crashes through the window. A man leaps out and methodically begins shooting customers to death. Susanna reaches for her purse. Then she remembers. Self-defense is 100 feet away, and the police can't come for endless minutes. Susanna can only watch and then scramble desperately through a window as her father and mother are murdered. 23 people die on a bright, sunny noon at Luby's cafeteria.
My next guest here is a longtime gun supporter from Texas. She is Susanna Gracia Hupp. She believes she could have saved her parents' lives if only she had not left her gun in the car. This was more than 20 years ago when she took her parents to Luby's cafeteria. This is back in Killeen, Texas. A man rammed his pickup into this cafeteria, opened fire, killing almost 24 people, including Susanna's parents. I want to welcome her. She is former Texas State Representative Susanna Gracia Hupp, joining me now from Austin, Texas. Wrote a book called From Luby's to the Legislature, One Woman's Fight Against Gun Control. So Susanna, welcome. I just want to hear more about what happened back in 1991. Take me inside this cafeteria. This gunman starts shooting. Your mother and father are killed. You felt helpless and hopeless, I imagine.
Well, it was extremely frustrating. I used to carry a gun, and at that time it was illegal in the state of Texas, but I was convinced to carry one by an assistant DA in the Houston area who told me, you know, he said, Susanna, you don't see this stuff every day, but I do. So I carried one illegally for a number of years. My parents and I were at this local cafeteria in the middle of a beautiful day. This man drove his truck through a window and very methodically began executing people. But a few months earlier, I had begun leaving my gun in my car because I was worried about losing my license to practice chiropractic. A number of people, a number of victims had left their guns in their car that day. But of course, now we have changed that law in Texas and we can protect ourselves.
We brought you on, of course, because of what happened in Killeen, but also because of Newtown. And we heard from the NRA today. You know, Wayne LaPierre says, let's put guns in every school. I read that you have 2 small children. You say, yes, let's arm the teachers, or perhaps have an armed guard in each of these schools. My question then to you would be, are you not afraid that that would lead to more violence?
Oh, heavens. Well, first of all, let me correct you. I don't have 2 small children. I've got 2 big boys that are in high school, but I just picked them up. Yes, and they would be just as vulnerable as the kindergartners. I have firmly held that our teachers should be allowed to carry, and quite frankly, it frustrates the heck out of me that everyone here in Texas and in many states can protect themselves if they jump through the hoops and get a concealed carry permit. Why is it that my teachers are being treated like second-class citizens?
But what if the teacher's job is to teach? What if the teacher doesn't want to be armed? What if you have an armed guard? As I was reading back in Columbine, there was an armed guard. Just logistically speaking, what if that guard isn't at the right place at the right time and isn't there and can't prevent the shooting?
You're making my argument for me.
How is that?
That's exactly why people who want to be able to carry should be able to carry. I didn't say arm every teacher. I said anyone who wants to jump through the hoops and get a concealed carry permit should be able to and use it or carry it on campus. Let me make something or point something out that's just so painfully obvious to me. Where do all these mass shootings occur? These creeps go to places where they know they can shoot people like fish in a barrel. These mass shootings don't occur at gun shows, the dreaded gun show that I keep hearing so much about. They go to places where they can shoot people like fish in a barrel until the cops, bless their hearts, finally arrive.
Well, let's talk about then some of the weapons that this is happening when we look at the theaters, as you point out, you know, these softer targets. We look at schools and we talk about these specific weapons that perhaps may be banned. We know that the president is assigned as vice president to come up with some proposals in a month, possibly in terms of gun control. And I know there are people, there are so very much so two sides of the story, but there are people saying ban the assault weapons, some going as far as saying ban the semi-automatic weapons. Why do you think this society needs to have weapons that should be just used on the battlefield?
Well, let's clarify, because I think people out there that are listening to this should understand something. Assault weapons is a made-up term. In fact, I think what it does is it leads people to think of a rapid-fire machine gun type of weapon. And in fact, I know a number of reporters that have spoken with me believe that very thing.
Don't they fire multiple bullets, rapid fire?
No. And that's, see, even you didn't know.
Dozens of bullets per minute? These are the numbers that I've seen.
The rapid-fire weapons have been banned in this country. They are illegal and have been banned since the 1930s. So this assault weapons, look it up. The assault weapons,
with all due respect, and you look at AR-15s, and you hear from people like Christiane Amanpour, who says these are military-style weapons. These are weapons that she's seen in wars and conflicts like Sarajevo. And you talk to people, and they say, why should they be used in Aurora and Oregon and here in Newtown?
It is not. You are misinformed.
I'm just presenting. It's not my. It's not. I'm not opining. It's just other people's perspective, and we wanted to bring you on to explain just why these type of weapons, whatever you want to call them, why we need to have them in this society.
Why we need to have a semi-automatic or a revolver, because that's put in place so that people can defend themselves from bad guys. And what you are trying to do, or let me rephrase this, what the general media is trying to do is lead people to believe that this made-up term assault weapons refers to things that are on the street or are used in these mass shootings, and they're not.
With all due respect, I am a part of the media, and I'm not trying to lead anyone to believe anything. I'm just trying to get the facts, and we wanted to bring you on. Let me ask you about this, because part of what Wayne LaPierre didn't mention, he didn't mention the gun show loopholes. He didn't mention these massive ammo clips. When you look at the polls, the most recent CNN opinion research poll, if you do the math, basically more than 70% of Americans favor some sort of restrictions, right? So you have major, you have minor. My question to you would be, do you support any kind of restriction?
Any kind of restriction? Well,
sure.
I
ammo, background checks, any of it.
I support the restrictions that are currently in place, with the exception of restricting the areas that you can carry a weapon. And I will say again that the restrictions that are currently in place include rapid-fire weapons. Those have been illegal in this country since the 1930s. That's why I don't like that term, assault weapon. It's a made-up term that misleads people.
Susanna Gracia Hupp, we just wanted you on to have your perspective, and I'm glad you shared it. Thank you so much.
You understand, I'm not here representing the NRA. I'm not even a member. Okay? Secondly, I'd like to say that in your opening statements, you commented specifically on my testimony, saying that basically it had nothing to do with this issue. And I had to chuckle because then I noticed you had Mr. Brady up here, who was hit not with an assault weapon, but with a .22 caliber revolver. So getting beyond that, I didn't grow up in a house with guns. I don't hunt. I personally abhor hunting. But I was given a gun by a friend when I was 21 to carry in my purse for self-defense, and I was taught how to use it. A couple of years ago, my parents and I went to a cafeteria in Texas on a bright sunny day. We weren't in a dark alley where we weren't supposed to be. And as you all know the story, this madman drove his truck through the window, and he began shooting. Well, immediately, my father and I got down on the floor and put the table up in front of us. And this guy kept shooting. And you're thinking, what could it be? Is it a robbery? That's the first thing that generally comes to mind. And he keeps shooting. It took me a good 45 seconds to realize that this man wasn't there to commit a robbery. He wasn't there for a hit. He was there to simply shoot as many people as he possibly could. Now, I'd like to make something clear. I hear all this talk about how many bullets can go in a clip. I've been there. I can tell you it doesn't matter. It takes 1 second to switch out a clip. You can have 1 bullet or 100 bullets. It doesn't matter, guys. I've been there. He goes, dump, dump, just like that. That's not enough time to rush a man, I promise you. When I finally realized what was occurring, I thought, I got him. And I reached for my purse. He was maybe 12 feet away. You know, is it possible my gun could have jammed? Sure. Is it possible I could have missed? Sure. But I can tell you I've hit much smaller targets at much greater distances. But then I realized that a couple of months earlier I had made the stupidest decision of my life. I took my gun out of my purse and left it in my car. Because, as you well know, in the state of Texas, it's sometimes a felony offense to carry a gun in your purse. I can tell you that I'm not mad at the guy that did this. As he continued, it was obvious that he was a madman. My father, at that point, said, I've got to do something. I've got to do something. He's going to kill everybody in here, and he rushed the man. No way. This guy turned, shot him in the chest. He went down, was obviously mortally wounded. For whatever reason, that made the man change directions and go off to my left. Shortly thereafter, someone at the back of the restaurant broke out a window. When I saw what looked like an opportunity to escape, I turned around and I grabbed my mother by the shirt and I said, come on, we've got to run, we've got to get out of here. And then my feet grew wings and I was out the back window. As soon as I got out, I realized that my mother had not followed me out. And as I learned from the police officers, she had crawled over to where my father was and cradled him until the guy got back around to her, put the gun to her head. She looked up at him, put her head down, and he pulled the trigger. My parents had just had their 47th wedding anniversary. She wasn't going anywhere. As I mentioned, I'm not really mad at the guy that did this. And I'm certainly not mad at the guns that did this. They didn't walk in there by themselves and pull their own triggers. The guy that did it was a lunatic. That's like being mad at a rabid dog. I'm mad at my legislators for legislating me out of the right to protect myself and my family. I would much rather be sitting in jail with a felony offense on my head and have my parents alive. As far as these so-called assault weapons, you say that they don't have any defense use. You tell that to the guy that I saw on a videotape of the LA riots, standing up on his rooftop, protecting his property and his life from an entire mob with one of these so-called assault weapons. Tell me that he didn't have a legitimate self-defense use. Just one final statement. I'm I've been sitting here getting more and more fed up with all of this talk about these pieces of machinery having no legitimate sporting purpose, no legitimate hunting purpose. People, that is not the point of the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment is not about duck hunting. And I know I'm not going to make very many friends saying this, but it's about our right, all of our right, to be able to protect ourselves from all of you guys up there.
In fact, there's 20,000 gun laws on the books. And thanks to one of them in Texas that restricted carrying a concealed weapon, Susanna Hupp, well, let her tell her story.
Back in 1991, I was with my parents at a local restaurant, and we had just finished eating when a madman drove his truck through the window and very methodically began executing people. And he wasn't spraying bullets. He had complete control over the situation. He was simply walking from one person to the next, taking aim, pulling the trigger. My father ran at the man and was very easily taken out. My mother ended up staying with him. When the gunman got back around to her, she was cradling my father, and the police were there at that point, and they saw her look up at the gunman, and he put his gun to her head, and he pulled the trigger.
You might think Susanna would be in favor of stricter gun control laws. You'd be wrong. She actually had a gun with her that afternoon, but in the days before right-to-carry legislation, the law required that she leave it in her car.
I was angry at myself for having made what I realize now was an incredibly stupid decision to obey a bad law and allow my family to get killed. And I was mad at my legislature because I absolutely felt that they had legislated me out of the right to protect myself and my family.
Gun control advocates might argue that if Susanna had use of her handgun that day, she might have made a horrible situation even worse. She might have accidentally shot a bystander or been shot herself.
But I'll tell you the one thing that nobody can argue with, it sure as heck would have changed the odds.
Read the words. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. Sure, you need an organized military force to defend your country, but the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. This is the people, in contrast with the militia. It doesn't say the right of the militia to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It says the right of the people. Now, why the word people? Because the people who wrote this had just fought a war for 2 years against a tyrannical state militia. They knew the time might come when they'd have to do that again. So they made the possession of weapons a right that the militia could never take away. Now, gun control advocates say the phrasing is clumsy, and the comma separating the state from the people is just a pause to get your breath. Strange, they can't seem to point out any other places where those hack framers fucked up the wording.
On the early morning of August 23, 2000, the children of John and Tiffany Carpenter are alone in their rural California home. All 5 Carpenter children know how to shoot, but California law requires that guns be locked away from children. With her sisters and brothers still in bed, 14-year-old Jessica enters the family kitchen, where a half-naked stranger awaits her with a pitchfork. The stranger has barricaded the doors and windows. He has cut the phone line. There is nothing to stop him. Stalking down the hallway, he begins stabbing 13-year-old Anna. Youngest sister Ashley, just 9 years old, leaps into the hall and draws the madman away. Horribly wounded, Ashley dives at his legs, screaming for her sisters to go, go, go. The girls all think of the gun, but they can't use it to save Ashley or their little brother. The 3 oldest girls escape. They rush to a neighbor's house and plead for his rifle, but the neighbor says no, saying the government would take his gun away. By the time police arrive, Ashley is dead from 138 pitchfork wounds to her face, chest, and neck. 7-year-old John William also lies dead, stabbed 46 times. Once people accept being disarmed, they become surprisingly easy to control and to kill. They have surrendered not only their weapons, but their independence. When innocents are rendered so defenseless, the guilty can slaughter them with the most ordinary of weapons. A club, a knife, a pitchfork, or these.
It was in March of 1883, Karl Marx, the father of modern-day communism, died. The assumption that communism would die with him was a logical one, since only 9 people attended his funeral. In October of that same year in London, England, a group was forming called the Fabian Socialist Society.
The Fabian Socialists decided that they were going to socialize the world incrementally. They called it socialism by evolution instead of Marxist socialism by revolution.
It always worked in tandem with the communists. Some Fabians were also communists. There was a bit of interchange of membership.
And the Fabian Socialists are slowly but surely bringing about the socialization of the world. Europe is pretty well done. They are now working in Latin America. Latin America is not just socialistic in many countries. They're all already Marxist. You have hardcore Marxists in Venezuela, in Nicaragua. El Salvador just went communistic, and of course Fidel is sitting right there laughing at this whole thing. And we haven't even figured this thing out yet. We don't even know there's a red plague coming up to meet us. We think that we're just going to watch the cartoons on Saturday morning and everything will be fine.
They had a lot to do with bad stuff happening.
There are 2 things I found that gave me a good idea where the Fabians were really coming from. First of all, their symbol was a wolf in sheep's clothing. And secondly, George Bernard Shaw, who was a leader in the Fabians for almost 50 years, said, quote, "I am a communist, but not a member of the Communist Party. Stalin is a first-rate Fabian. I am one of the founders of Fabianism, and as such, very friendly to Russia," unquote.
Fabians eventually begat the Students for Democratic Society, which begat the Weather Underground, which begat basically the social changes that have happened in America in the last 40 years.
Many of the SDS members from the 1960s still have an incredible influence on the direction our country is heading. One is the Reverend Jim Wallace, who was president of SDS when he was a student at Michigan State University.
And yet today, he is the spiritual advisor to the President of the United States. They've been friends for many years. They go back to Chicago and the Chicago politics crowd. And during the Vietnam War, he was rooting for the Viet Cong to beat the United States Army. And when they did, he just couldn't believe it. He said it was one of the happiest days in his life.
And another leader in the Students for a Democratic Society and founder of the Weather Underground is William Ayers, who has been a longtime friend and neighbor of President Obama. It came out in 2009 that Obama's book, Dreams from My Father, was even written by Ayers. So the influence from the Fabian Socialist Society goes right into the White House. The next group I found that has seriously impacted America's culture is the Frankfurt School.
The Frankfurt School was a sort of an outpost in America of European socialism.
Willy Munzenberg, with a few other Bolsheviks, founded the Frankfurt School.
The two leading members are Herbert Marcuse and Franz Neumann. Franz Neumann was, in fact, a Soviet agent.
Their entire purpose was to stand the entire educational system of the West, and the United States in particular, on its head.
Bertrand Russell, who worked with the Frankfurt School, said, "By using psychological techniques to teach the children, we will be able to produce, quote, an unshakable conviction that snow is black," unquote.
They established a school here.
With the help of John Dewey, he helps bring these German intellectuals to America in 1933, drop them down at Princeton, Berkeley, Brandeis, to go after education and media.
Included in those goals were the teaching of homosexuality and sexuality to children, the promotion of excessive drinking, and destruction of religion in the United States. That was a big one.
And they basically started the social rot.
Willy Munzenberg said, "We are going to make the West so corrupt it stinks."
I love spending time with my family, July 4th, baseball, and apple pie, and my mind can't even comprehend that there were groups of intellectuals back in the 1930s plotting and planning how they could make America so corrupt it stinks.
There are certain lines and certain limits, and the left has always pushed it as hard as they can, as far as they can, and will protect any pornographer, any deviant, any negative cultural form they can find, basically to degrade the culture.
And that goes right along with the feminism of today, which was part of the Frankfurt School's desire to destroy a patriarchal society for a matriarchal society. In other words, remove the father as the loving provider, discipliner, discipler, leader of his home, where you instill virtues and integrity and modesty. That's been broken down on purpose because they knew if they could destroy the family, they could destroy a nation. And instead of having a father who leads and disciples and protects the home and provides for the family, the government steps in as a nanny state.
The Frankfurt School developed the concept of cultural Marxism.
Penetrate the culture, take it over, and then everything else will follow.
And of course they did that, and today we've had a complete cultural revolution. As many people in America are familiar with the phrase "make love, not war," that actually came from Herbert Marcuse, who was with the Frankfurt School. So these guys went after education, they went after media, and they've been very successful in changing the entire worldview of Americans through what they call political correctness, but it's really cultural Marxism, with the goal being to destroy Christianity, then create chaos, and then move to their ultimate goal, which is from cultural Marxism to traditional Marxism, which is socialism.
Most of the strategy to remake America from within started with Antonio Gramsci, who wrote over 2,000 pages back in the 1930s outlining how to take a Judeo-Christian culture down from the inside. The plan he suggested has been the main focus of the left ever since.
Antonio Gramsci was a neo-Marxist philosopher.
Antonio Gramsci was an Italian communist.
Antonio Gramsci is probably the biggest troublemaker in the world. He's probably got more responsibility for our social ills than anybody else on the planet.
He knew of the importance of undermining the morals in the character of this country.
Because America had a strong Christian heritage, you had to attack the culture. You had to change the culture.
Even to pornography, into areas that most people normally wouldn't accept.
He said that we're going to destroy the West by destroying its culture. We're going to infiltrate and we're going to turn their music, their art, and their literature against them.
That means that you penetrate the universities, you write the books, the novels, the poetry, the music, the book reviews. And once you control the culture, then you can sort of shape the thought of rising generations.
He differed with Marx. Instead of, for example, destroying the church and the other basic institutions, he said infiltrate them and use them to change the culture.
What Gramsci had to say was that this is the way that government is perpetuated and society is perpetuated is through these churches, because they set the standards, they set the framework of the way people live, of rules, how a family should be structured.
He didn't want a revolution on the streets that would be overturned by the police the next day. He wanted to change society over the long term so that we'd have a revolution without us even realizing it, basically.
And the communists have been very effective in promoting their ideology in Hollywood, in the mass media.
And I think he was quite right. I think that's exactly what has happened. I think that's the way it's worked. I think it's working that way now. And that's where a lot of these people come from.
And that's been the big success story of communism in the last 50 years. It's the professors, it's the educationalists, it's the journalists. They are the shock troops, the Gramscian shock troops of the future.
And one of Gramsci's all-star disciples, Saul Alinsky, became one of the most influential radicals of the 1960s.
Well, Saul Alinsky was a prominent radical in 1930 Chicago. He worked closely with the Communist Party. He used to go down and train at the rifle range with Leon Dupre, who was later a mentor of Barack Obama. And they used to train to shoot because they knew the revolution was just around the corner. But that didn't come, so he got a bit more subtle.
Well, Saul Alinsky called for a community organizer to stir things up, to create agitation. In fact, he said you'll be accused of being an agitator, and that's exactly what you are. He wanted the haves and have-nots fighting with each other.
It wasn't until I was watching an old film from World War II that I realized what the left has been doing in America to pit the poor against the rich, blacks against whites, and the young against the old, is the same tactic Hitler used to disunify Germany.
You see, they knew that they were not strong enough to conquer a unified country, so they split Germany into small groups. They used prejudice as a practical weapon to cripple the nation. Remember that when you hear this kind of talk. Somebody is going to get something out of it, and it isn't going to be you.
And they use the conflict as justification for more government to stop the chaos. So they create the chaos, and then they step in as a solution to the chaos. And as Francis Schaeffer said, once this chaos comes, most people will willingly give over to an authoritarianism because they don't want the chaos.
His book was kind of the field manual, if you will, for these activist organizations.
Which President Obama studied and taught at a workshop for 4 years in Chicago as a community organizer for ACORN.
As I was reading through Rules for Radicals to see where he was coming from, I just happened to take a look at the dedication in the front of the book. And this is what I saw. Quote, "Lest we forget at least an over-the-shoulder acknowledgement to the very first radical, the first radical known to man who rebelled against the establishment and did it so effectively that he at least won his own kingdom, Lucifer." Unquote. Saul Alinsky, from Antonio Gramsci, has had an incredible amount of influence on our president and on our society, and he dedicates his book openly to Lucifer, Satan. I think that says more about where their ideas and plans are based than anything else.
You asked what Saul Alinsky's impact is on the leftist movement today, and it basically defines it. It defines it.
Saul Alinsky took the best of Gramsci and the best of the Fabian socialist ideas, combined, repackaged, and sold them to the 60s radicals. After studying Alinsky, Richard Cloward and his wife, Frances Fox Piven, came up with what is today known as the Cloward-Piven strategy.
Now, their idea was basically that to destroy society or destroy capitalism per se, they needed to overload the system. The idea was to get everybody you possibly could on welfare, to get everybody you possibly could basically milking the system in some way or another.
It was called the crisis strategy, and it became very well known by activists and radicals in the 60s. They published an article in the May 1966 issue of Nation magazine called The Weight of the Poor, in which they outlined their strategy.
Rathke read that article, and Rathke ended up starting what we now know today as ACORN. And of course, Cloward and Piven had been studying Saul Alinsky. So Antonio Gramsci gives us Saul Alinsky. Saul Alinsky gives us the Cloward-Piven strategy, this husband and wife that said, hey, let's collapse the American economy by implementing so many entitlements, so much of a welfare state at collapse. Rathke studied the Cloward-Piven strategy. He starts ACORN.
And of course, ACORN gave us Obama. And to show what a small world it is, Wade Rathke, who started ACORN, was the draft resistance organizer for SDS, the group the Fabians started.
They've used that strategy ever since to expand voting rolls, to expand welfare rolls wherever they can, basically just to overload the system, to increase the tax burden on the middle class, and basically bring capitalism one step closer to destruction.
I guess we shouldn't be surprised that we still have open borders, that so many people are dependent on the government, and that the left keeps pushing these programs when all they've done is tear apart the black families in America and create generational cycles of poverty. The last group that has worked alongside the Fabians and the Frankfurt School using Gramsci's approach is the Communist Party USA.
Probably the most important book on this subject is called Towards Soviet America by William Z. Foster. William Z. Foster was the head of the Communist Party himself. He ran for the President of the United States in 1932, but in the book Towards Soviet America, he literally lays out chapter by chapter by chapter what is entailed to bring about a USSA, not just a USSR.
Two of the movements they started in America have played a significant role in tearing apart our families, in breaking down our morality.
Betty Friedan is credited with really starting the feminist movement in this country. The purpose really was to attack full-time homemakers, to get them out of the home, to make them think they live dreary lives, to make women feel they are victims. It's the science of victimology. And that is so unfortunate, because the American woman is the most fortunate class of people who ever lived on the face of the earth. And to try to tell them that they are victims of an oppressive, unjust patriarchy is just a grievous lie. But unfortunately, they are teaching young women that and have been doing it for many years.
While Betty Friedan was pushing her book, Feminine Mystique, she implied that she was coming from the point of being a frustrated housewife herself and just wanted to be a help to other women. But later in the 1990s, it came out she was in fact a radical propagandist for the Communist Party and a staunch supporter of Stalin. So when she had described the American family as, quote, a comfortable concentration camp, unquote, it wasn't because of her experience at home. It was because she was just doing her part to dismantle our families.
I'm a student of communism, and the communists set up various groups in various societies. Their society that they set up to promote homosexuality in this country was called the Mattachine Society. And it was founded by Henry Hay a leading member of the Communist Party. So since I was studying communism and teaching on the issue of communism, you just follow leads, and all of a sudden you realize, what is this Mattershine? I've never heard of this Mattershine Society. Well, it was Henry Hayes' organization set up to infiltrate the culture of the United States to make homosexuality normal.
It's always been a movement dominated by the left. It's all these so-called isms. You'll find there's a communist or a socialist behind every one of them, and you'll always see the targets. It's basically the traditional family unit.
The war is still against the family. If you go back to the Communist Manifesto and read Karl Marx carefully, the war is against what they called the bourgeois family, which was really the biblical family, father, mother, and child.
They want to plow through marriage. They want to change the very definition and meaning of marriage, because their open door to engineering society in this utopian way is blocked by the very values of our Christian civilization that's taught through marriage.
And so the left just has got to destroy the family, because if there's any one thing that will prevent the left from carrying out its agenda, it's healthy and strong nuclear families.
And so from the Fabian Socialist Society to the Frankfurt School to Antonio Gramsci and the Communist Party USA, from these four you will find connections to almost every left-leaning person and organization in America. Their influence has been incredible. It was in the 1960s, all the groups on the left seemed to realize Antonio Gramsci was right. In a Judeo-Christian society, you will never be able to persuade people to rise up in a Marxist revolution and start killing each other off. The only way to take the culture down is through penetrating the institutions of influence to change the people from within. Morality is simply having the character to do what you should do instead of what you have the freedom to do. And that's the only way freedom works. A people cannot be given freedom without morality, or they will self-destruct. And that's what we see happening in America today. The bottom line is freedom and free enterprise are simply fruit on the tree of morality. Our founding fathers clearly understood this principle, and so do our enemies. There is an important fact we need to face. If we had Ronald Reagan as president, low taxes, and a strong national defense, the ship certainly wouldn't be sinking as fast as it is now, but it would still be sinking. A booming economy doesn't take care of the major problems we face. I recently read in our local paper that over the last 12 months, almost 7% of all high school students in my state tried to commit suicide. Our society is falling apart, whether we want to admit it or not.
There's no one in town, I know. You gave us some place to go. I never said thank you for that. I thought I might get one more chance. What would you think of me now? So lucky, so strong, so proud. I never said thank you for that. Now I never have a chance. May So strong, so proud. I never said thank you for that. Now I'll never have a chance. May angels lead you in. Hear you mean my friends. On sleepless roads, the sleepless go. May angels lead you in. 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 And if you were with me tonight, I'd sing to you just one more time. Song for a heart so big, God wouldn't let it live. May angels lead you in. Hear you meet my friends. On sleepless roads, the sleepless go. May angels lead you in. May angels lead you in. Hear you meet my friends. On sleepless roads, the sleepless go. May angels lead you in. On sleepless roads, the sleepless go. May angels lead you in.
Help, I have done it again. I have been here many times before, hurt myself again today. And the worst part is there's no one else to
Heard round the world, but heard too late. Her name was Amanda Todd. She was 15 years old, and she killed herself after years of being victimized by bullies in person and online. Less than a month before her death, the Port Coquitlam teen posted a video telling her heartbreaking story. And her tragedy once again demands that we find a way to stop bullies. CTV's Joe Perkins has her story.
It's the story of Amanda Todd, told by Amanda Todd. The 15-year-old made this online video a few weeks ago describing to the world how she was constantly bullied.
To see it now after it's happened, it's tough. It's tough to see that.
At Reynolds High, you'd be hard-pressed to find a student who hasn't seen it.
I saw it mainly on Facebook saying, "Rip Amanda Todd."
Since taking her own life Wednesday, Todd's online cry for help has been seen around the world. From tributes to headlines, her story is everywhere, leaving many wondering how such a blatant cry for help could go unnoticed.
This girl tried to find a safe place for herself over and over and over.
Bonnie Leadbeater is the leader of a national bullying prevention program called WITS, a program launched after the death of Rena Verk in 1997, another victim of bullying. She says despite an international spotlight on Amanda Todd's struggles, a cure for bullying requires more than just attention.
I would like to think that this was the end of suicides because of bullying. I doubt it.
In her video, Todd explained how she was bullied online, or cyberbullied, a growing problem in today's schools.
It's huge. It's huge.
Students know it too and say they're warned about the dangers of posting photos or comments online.
And as soon as you press a button, it goes out.
The BC Coroner's Service is investigating Todd's death, calling the case complex.
So we're, in a sense, I think investigation is trying to catch up with what's going on out there in the world.
The investigation will examine everything from Todd's school and the support networks available to the effects of cyberbullying, something increasingly difficult to control.
You know, if anybody finds a reasonable and practical way of doing this, would they please let us know?
As the Coroner's Service works to make its recommendations, the support for Todd continues.
No one deserves to be bullied.
Today, the Premier announced plans to bring anti-bullying training to 15,000 education workers in the province, something experts say is desperately needed, particularly online.
Helping children to understand cyberbullying, helping to understand the internet.
For now and maybe forever, Todd's story remains online, a permanent reminder of how damaging a few strokes of a keyboard can be.
CTV's Joe Perkins joins us now live with more. Joe, the RCMP are investigating as well, looking into Amanda Todd's death. What do we know about that?
Hudson RCMP are looking for tips right now. They'll be conducting interviews and reviewing and monitoring social media sites. Police won't comment on how bullying may have played a role in Amanda's death, but an RCMP sergeant did point out today that bullying ranks second among issues facing youth in the province. Substance abuse is first. As for the recommendations that could come from the coroner's investigation, don't expect them anytime soon. Investigators say they are going to take their time with this case.
And for parents who are worried and for teens and others who might be being bullied, the best thing to do is to talk about it, right?
Absolutely. Communication's number one, and that's what everyone will tell you. Just talk and be open.
All right. Let's hope this stops it. Joe Perkins reporting. Joe, thank you.
You're welcome.
It's under 10% of kids believe that there is an absolute right and an absolute wrong. And why are we surprised? We've sent our kids into this government system that indoctrinates them, that teaches them about tolerance and diversity and multiculturalism, and not about reading, writing, and arithmetic, not about what our founding fathers had to say. It's consequences.
The question, as Whittaker Chambers put it, was God or man? God or man?
Karl Marx was an atheist.
Marx's philosophy was that people existed for the benefit of the state.
What Marxism did and does, and all the other isms of the modern era, is to try to dethrone God by deifying man.
You have to discredit God. He's your competition. It's an age-old question. Are we going to believe in God, or are we going to play God ourselves?
Essentially, for the left, the choice that they see very clearly is people are going to depend upon God or they are going to depend upon government. They want people to depend upon government, so they have to destroy faith in God.
At its core, it's a rebellion against God and God's laws.
And that's what the battle is about. That's what the assault is on. That's why Christianity is a target.
And that's why we saw the gulags in the Soviet Union. We saw the concentration camps in Nazi Germany. And all the ideologies that elevate man end up devaluing certain human beings.
Dictators of the left, Hitler, Stalin, Mao, Castro, and all the others, always have come to power by acting like they're going to change things to make it better for the people. Yet history has shown us the devastating results that have happened every single time. There is no example in history of big government that didn't abuse its power over the people. But people who have believed in the God of the Bible and that our rights are a gift from Him to everyone have always stood up for the preciousness of every human life.
You look at those who have fought for true human rights throughout the ages, and it's those that do have a strong faith in God, those who fought against slavery, and those now today who are fighting for the sanctity of human life.
Like the Declaration says, we hold these truths to be self-evident, all men are created equal. Aristotle didn't believe that. He said, no, some people are born to be slaves, and some other people are born to rule over them. And the reason that you and I know different, and it's not because we're smarter than Aristotle, he was a smart man. But we have something he didn't have. We have the Bible. And so, therefore, that's where we get these ideas. And from pagan antiquity or neo-paganism or all the modernisms, you get the opposite.
It's obvious if you're trying to subvert a country, you want to control the news. You want to control public opinion.
And a lot of people realize, well, there's a biased media, and most people know that. Even the Washington Post admitted it. Yeah, we were biased for Obama, so what?
And when you enter into the equation, so what? That means the biases, the opinions of the reporters enter into what is news. They decide whether you have a right to know.
And it's no longer a bias. They turn from just political bias to activism.
They go to the places that influence, or I should say, where they can have leverage.
Generations of journalists have been trained to interpret events, interpret the news, not report the facts, interpret the news.
They do not deal in facts because facts aren't effective for them. They have very few facts on their side.
They've gone into and penetrated these major areas to where they can influence it in the direction they want to go.
We've seen a massive shift away from old-fashioned objective news reporting to what he called interpretive reporting, what others call advocacy journalism. And it's advocacy for a cause.
And as a result, we have a news media in the United States that is extremely liberal at the present time.
Which was a major, major goal. Control not merely the newsprint, but the television media and Hollywood. Stalin said himself, if I could control Hollywood, I could rule the world.
Children are always the first targets of anybody trying to bring down a system.
John Dewey is believed to be the most influential man in the whole area of public education.
He went to Russia in 1928 to help study the Karl Marx way of education and bring it back to America.
Dewey was an atheist. He was a socialist, a humanist.
He was part of the Socialist Society in America, helped found that.
What he believed in was that education should socialize the child to make him a willing tool of the state.
It might be surprising to some that the man who is still idolized as the father of public education in America is the very man who did everything in his power to dumb down our children so that they would willingly accept his vision of a socialist America.
It started with Dewey in the early 1900s. It expanded, really expanded since the 1960s. The hard left gets control of the teachers' unions and the training colleges. If you've got those two institutions, you can pretty much dictate all educational policy.
The people who were demonstrating against our country and against our government in the 1960s have now become tenured professors in the universities. So they're the ones who are writing the textbooks, teaching the teachers, running the teachers' colleges.
And it's self-perpetuating, because once you have the universities, then you train more cadres and more and more and more.
And they discovered that they could do more to remake our country by going into the schools than they could by throwing bombs.
I believe the average patriotic American underestimates the importance and influence education has on their children. That's how the large majority we had in 1980 to elect Ronald Reagan in a landslide has been lost. It's not because the other side has had lots of children. No, they're aborting theirs. But instead they are capturing ours through the propaganda they teach them, 7 hours a day for 13 years, and even longer if they attend college. We are losing most of our children to the other side because of the anti-American, anti-God, and anti-free enterprise rhetoric they are filled with in the government schools.
Government schools are not teaching basic reasoning processes. They're not teaching logic. They're not teaching actual data of history and science and mathematics.
And if your education is rather limited, then you're inclined to believe that government can be the solution to your problems.
When you look at the desks in the schoolroom, you'll find 4 together, or maybe a table, they sit around a table. Independent desks are very rare in most classrooms because they don't want to promote the self-sufficiency, independence mindset.
You go back to William Z. Foster in his book, Towards Soviet America, you will see how he has a whole chapter there on how we have to supplant education in this country and ultimately force every student to attend public school. That's the other thing. I hope the homeschoolers catch on to this. The homeschoolers and the Christian day school movement are going to have some very rough times ahead of them because the public school crowd cannot afford to have any competition. And they're being given plenty of competition by the homeschoolers right now.
You see the effects of that in lowered educational standards. There's no more studying of the classics or studying of the civics or how the US Constitution was formed. It's all progressive education. It's all based on the identity politics, the isms, the current trendy isms, environmentalism, racism.
They're training them for the collective, and a collective mindset and a dependency mindset.
And it seems that they, again, want to have people be uneducated, so then they do become wards of the state.
You got Obama phone?
Yes, everybody in Cleveland, low minority, got Obama phone. Keep Obama in president, you know. He gave us a phone.
He gave you a phone?
Do more.
How do he give you a phone?
You sign up if you on food stamps, you on Social Security, you got low income, you disability.
Hey, I have a question. Okay, what's wrong with Romney again?
Romney, he sucks. Bad.
They're dependent on the government to provide everything for them.
It's under 10% of kids believe that there is an absolute right and an absolute wrong. And why are we surprised? We've sent our kids into this government system that indoctrinates them, that teaches them about tolerance and diversity and multiculturalism, and not about reading, writing, and arithmetic, not about what our founding fathers had to say. It's consequences.
Few would argue that the education the children are receiving in the public schools is pathetic at best. But with the amount of tax dollars we spend each year, over twice as much as it would cost to send the students to private school, why do we allow this to continue? The group that my investigation led me to, that seems dedicated to making sure the children don't get a good education, was a real shocker.
The schools are pretty much controlled by the Teachers Union, the National Education Association.
If you look at their platform and goals, you would think they were a socialist or almost communistic organization.
It is an effort to get the children to abandon the values of their parents.
National Education Association has no patience, tolerance, or use for traditional teachers. They're looking for people who want to be agents of change.
They want to throw out all the lessons of history. And really it's an attempt to then impose their own views and ideas onto people, get them to act as activists.
If you control those institutions, then you can control everything else.
It's all public schools, all for their jobs, and they have gotten behind all of the radical kinds of curriculum that's being introduced. They're for it 100%. They've had a tremendous effect on public education. It's not positive.
We also see immorality being promoted through our schools. The kind of sex ed curriculum that is being used and paid for with our tax dollars would shock most parents.
My name is Stephen Round, and I am a second grade teacher in the Providence School Department. I came to the meeting 2 nights ago, and I wished to read this letter of resignation to you, but I was not given the opportunity, so I'd like to read it to you now. It's addressed to the Human Resources Department, Providence Public Schools. To Paula Shannon, Susan Lucy, Carolina Creel, the Providence School Board, and the parents of my students. Below you will find, word for word, my personal philosophy of education, which was part of my application for a teaching position in the Providence Public School System in 1999. I believe that my goal as an educator should be the creation of lifelong learners. If I am going to meet that goal, I must provide children with an educational experience that is both rewarding and enjoyable. Therefore, it is important for students to understand how the knowledge received in the classroom will benefit them in the real world. It is my responsibility as a teacher to find various ways to make the process possible. To do this, I must be creative and open-minded enough to try new methods and approaches, but perceptive enough to embrace only those methods and approaches that prove to achieve that end. I was hired for a second grade position by Principal Nancy Owen at what was then the Charles N. Forts Magnet Academy, and it was a great fit for several years. Unfortunately, in the attempt to conform and abide by the misguided notions of educrats, the school system in which I had so much pride drastically changed. Rather than creating lifelong learners, our new goal is to create good test takers. Rather than being the recipients of a rewarding and enjoyable educational experience, our students are now relegated to experiencing a confining and demeaning education. Let's take a look at their typical day. Breakfast is no longer served in the cafeteria, where children used to have time to talk and socialize. Now it is piled on a table in the classroom and consumed during the first moments of class, supposedly while they are working. Lunch isn't much better. By that time, the children are so starved for social contact and a chance to talk that the cafeteria quickly becomes unbearably loud for students and supervising faculty alike. The alternative, the dreaded silent lunch, is often the only answer. So now there's recess, which lasts all of 20 minutes when the weather permits. This should be time for all students to run around and work off their pent-up energy. But unfortunately, since recess is the only enjoyable part of the day for these students, teachers have been forced to use it as a bargaining chip in the classroom. Students either do their work, behave, and keep quiet during class time, or they lose recess. And more often than not, the kids who need the recess time the most lose it because of poor behavior in the classroom. So then it's time to line up quietly, form a straight line, and proceed back to the classroom for another session of learning. It's no small wonder that we have such a high rate of behavior disorder within our classrooms. I personally had 2 children in my class of 26 who were and still are severe behavior problems, and at least 6 more who would be considered moderate BD. Actually, there were only 4 or 5 children in the entire class who could consistently hold it together day after day without getting into trouble. My hat goes off to them. And as for the classroom experience itself, any type of fun activity is gone. Classroom pets? Gone. Parties to celebrate birthdays and special holidays? Gone. Gone. How about field trips? Those adventures out into the real world to experience what it's like to live on a farm. Trips to the zoo, and even the experience of visiting a real museum. Gone, gone, gone. And finally, my determination to be creative and open-minded enough to try new approaches to teaching. Ha! The powers that be say that if it isn't in the accepted curriculum and done at the appropriate time, it can't be used. Why, I was even prohibited from tutoring my neediest students, my so-called dyslexic students, on my own time and after school. Not just once, but twice in 2 separate schools. And this was after my principal and the students' parents had approved of what I was doing. These parents were happy that their children were finally reading. The students were happy to know that they really weren't stupid. And I had the satisfaction of knowing that I was truly having a positive effect on children's lives. But Chief Academic Officer Shannon would rather see these 9 children fail than do something not specifically prescribed in this one-size-fits-all curriculum. When asked for a meeting, she literally would not give me, the students, or their parents the time of day. So, gone, gone, gone. I've had it. I quit. I would rather leave my secure $70,000 job with benefits and tutor in Connecticut for free than be part of a system that is diametrically opposed to everything I believe education should be. Thank you for listening.
I think one of the main problems we face is parents naively thinking that the schools are the same today as they were when they were young. They don't realize there is a battle going on in this country for the hearts and minds of our children.
The game is between 15 and 25 years of age. That's the whole game. If you're over 25, the chances are they're going to put a few pennies towards you to corrupt you. But their game right now is to corrupt the 15 to 25-year-olds or less. And right now they're down in the 1st grade with Heather Has 2 Mommies, Daddy's Roommate, Gay Pride Parade, and now by 8th grade they'll pass out condoms in school colors because that's so patriotic.
And it's perfectly obvious that you get a hold of the child early, you can change his values away from his parents' values and get him to follow you. And they're very open about saying that. The National Education Association has passed resolutions saying they want children from birth.
Isn't that interesting? The Communist Manifesto also thought the state should take control of children at birth. The left has always been good at disguising their real agenda by coming up with phrases made from words we are very familiar with, but then giving them new definitions. Social justice is the current phrase of choice and is being used to teach children the failed Marxist ideas of yesteryear are what they should strive for today.
We see social justice curriculum today, which is the buzzword for communism, socialism, Marxism, which Bill Ayers is teaching. It's in many of our colleges, and the social justice curriculum is being taught in high schools all over the nation.
Justice is good. If you then start calling it something blank justice, then you're modifying it. And what it really means is, I think, taking from one group of people and giving to another group. So I would call it social isms.
And it's used to break down the differences between the way things are done and the way it should be done.
So when they're teaching social justice in the schools, they're not talking about free enterprise and capitalism and individual self-responsibility, all the things that made America great. They're talking about the things that made Europe and the Soviet Union and China so bad.
The longer we allow our schools to teach the children that America has so many faults it's not worth saving, instead of the fact that even with its faults, it is the greatest country that has ever existed, the less chance we have of ever turning our people back from the dead-end road we're currently on, a road that promises to give us a perfect world if we'll only give up our sovereignty and our freedom.
You're going to find more and more of the following. This is now called a world pledge. We no longer want the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America because that is considered nationalistic. And of course, the socialists, communists, and the Marxists and the extreme left wing in the country want nothing to do with it. I pledge allegiance to the world, to care for earth, sea, and air, to honor every living thing with peace and justice everywhere. This came out, first of all, in Superior, Wisconsin. So Superior, Wisconsin was their guinea pig, and there was very little said against it, and so it would then go to the next and the next and the next, and before long you'll have the whole school system standing up saying, I pledge allegiance to the world instead of I pledge allegiance to the U.S. The public schools right now, if you'll read Towards Sylvan America, have nearly accepted every item that William Z. Foster said we needed to place into the public school curriculum.
And we're seeing the results. You know, people are not as informed as they once were. They think in different ways, and they think in the way that the left intends them to think.
Antonio Gramsci realized that if you can take over the institutions in a culture, you will be able to use those to influence society to create the socialist man you want. I think the most brilliant part of his plan was that he realized you could not only create a man that wanted big government to take care of him cradle to grave, but, and this is the genius of Gramsci, you could create a man that needed big government to take care of him cradle to grave. A man so dumbed down and so minimized in society, he wouldn't have the intellect or character to take care of himself. The reason this is so deadly for America is that once we have a certain percentage of the population in that category, our limited constitutional form of government is no longer possible because too many people won't be able to exist in that framework. We are approaching that tipping point rapidly.
If you can persuade people that government should be in control of the distribution and use of energy, you can persuade them, or rather, you have persuaded them of the necessary and sufficient condition for government control of the most intimate aspects of our lives.
One of the main thrusts of socialism these days is obviously through the environmental movement.
You know, one hates to pick on Al Gore too quickly and easily, but I read the whole of his book, Earth in the Balance, Ecology and the Human Spirit, back in 1992 when it was first published. And if you know anything about the history of political philosophy, you read the last chapter in that called A Global Marshall Plan, and you understand that there is no way to implement what Al Gore was calling for in 1992 in that book, except by means of totalitarian world government.
A former vice president of the United States is sparking some serious controversy today after deciding to sell his fledgling, well, failing, I guess, cable news network to a Mideastern organization that has expressed some very anti-American sentiments in recent years. Al Gore officially sold his operation Current TV to Al Jazeera for about $500 million. And while the sale alone is sparking some heated discussions, some say the timing of the deal is controversial as well. Stu Varney is the host of Varney & Company on FBN, and Lisa Daftari is a journalist with extensive experience in the Middle East. Well. So Current TV, which nobody's ever heard of, most of our viewers have never heard of this thing. It's in 40 million households. Only 42,000 people were watching it on a given night. That's not good. Just FYI, from being in the cable world, I can tell you.
Patrick Moore, who was a co-founder of Greenpeace, and he was a very dedicated environmentalist, quit Greenpeace when he realized that it had been captured by radical leftists who were intent on using the environmental movement as a vehicle to destroy capitalism.
How many factories work when there's a power outage? None. You want to hurt business, you want to drive down industrial production, you just drive up the prices of energy, you just diminish its availability, and the easiest way to do that is to make people scared to death of the cheapest forms of energy, which are fossil fuels, oil, coal, natural gas, and nuclear energy. They had already made people afraid of nuclear because of irrational fears, but then they had to figure out a way to make them afraid of fossil fuels.
So we're trying to reinvent the architecture.
This is the result. A purely electric vehicle he calls the C1.
So this fills a niche right in between motorcycles and also cars. It's a fully enclosed motorcycle, so you can sit it with your suit, drive to work through rain or shine.
So for the car geeks out there, give me the stats. 0 to 60 in how many seconds?
Around 6 to 8 seconds. We're also looking at 150 miles per charge.
But what makes the vehicle unique isn't its speed, but the balancing system.
General idea is you don't want uranium or thorium or anything else to end up in your waste stream, and that's a pretty straightforward proposition in this fluid-fueled reactor. So our waste story is a lot different. Making less of it, moving towards stability much more quickly. You can also then take some of the waste that's already been created in our uranium-fueled reactors and potentially destroy those long-lived transuranics through fission. You know, waiting them out to decay is a very slow process. Plutonium-239, for instance, has a 24,000-year half-life, so that's a long time you're going to be waiting for that to decay.
Molten salt reactors can be designed to facilitate isotope isolation and extraction.
Victor didn't like solid fuel. He was a chemical engineer by training, and he thought, what kind of industrial process do we run chemically based on solids? He goes, we don't. Everything we do, we use as liquids or gases because we can mix them completely. You can take a liquid, you can fully mix it. You can take a gas, you can fully mix it. You can't take a solid and fully mix it unless you turn it into a liquid or a gas.
All of these industrial processes, they're radiation hard. They don't require the fuel to be aged or stored for some period of time, and that's a real contrast with how people talk about doing existing nuclear fuel processing today.
Under my plan of a cap and trade system, electricity rates would necessarily skyrocket.
So I used to think this was just one great big distraction. If they want to put their energies toward the environment, but now I see that this is now being turned around and used as a tool to further a socialist agenda.
Charles Rubin, a political scientist who wrote the book The Green Crusade, has told this story extremely well. Environment comes from a French word meaning surroundings. Well, now, what is surroundings? Everything around you, right? And so, as Rubin points out, environmentalism is literally everythingism. And so If you were a socialist committed ideologically to the notion of government having control of everything about our lives, and you saw that you were losing the contest in terms of the creation of wealth and its distribution to capitalism, you had to find some other basis on which to promote your vision of government and to pursue its implementation. Environmentalism, or everythingism, was the perfect card.
In December of 2009, when the ClimateGate scandal broke open and it became public that even the leaders of the movement knew the whole global warming idea was a farce, it wasn't them just having bad data, we as Americans knew once and for all that this movement was simply part of their agenda. It's my guess that regardless of the evidence that comes out against them, they will not let this tool they have waited the last 100 years for go to waste. A tool that gives them the absolute power and control they want, but allows them to get it under the guise of saving the planet.
He was born of left-wing parents. He was mentored as a young man by a Communist Party member called Frank Marshall Davis. Now, Davis joined the Communist Party in Chicago, and he was very well connected there. So young Obama eventually wound up in Chicago, and he started working with the very same people that had been working with his friend Frank Marshall Davis.
All of his associations have been with people that are way left of center, hardcore left.
And he's doing nothing more than what is predictable based upon that background.
The nicest word for his agenda is the socialist agenda, and we could go on down the line of the other descriptors of the types of an economy and a society that he's building.
He's all the things that Gramsci wanted to use for social change. Yeah, he's the epitome of the movement.
If you think there's no way that so few could be so effective, consider this. When the Communist Party USA split in 1992, the group that formed was the Committees of Correspondence, and it was their meeting I attended that summer at Berkeley. As I started researching that group, I saw that many of the same people who started or have worked with the Committees of Correspondence and its sister organizations were the same people who were involved with President Obama's campaign and administration. I found file after file on Trevor Loudon's website documenting with footnotes and photographs these connections. The radical left has been so successful, they have persuaded the American people to put one of their own in the White House.
Socialism and Marxism go together like Mary and Mary's little lamb.
The general populace knows very little about what the socialists are up to.
If you're going to find socialism, you're going to find the hardcore communists right behind it.
One of the main avenues has been through what they call the Congressional Progressive Caucus. 20% of the US Congress are members of this organisation. They have chairmanships of most of the major House committees and are easily the single most powerful bloc in the US Congress. And virtually all of them are tied to either Democratic Socialists of America, the Communist Party USA, or other radical organisations.
We're literally at this very time watching what's transpiring and has been going on from the Fabian socialist point of view from 1883 to the present. So these guys don't give up.
And they're going at a breakneck speed because they know they've got an opportunity now to change America in a way that can never be changed back. And they're going for broke.
The Bolsheviks, they're just waiting in the woods and they're just smiling like you can't believe. You just read the Communist Party USA blog and they just can't believe their good fortune. Every time they turn around, they just can't believe this is happening. They're like me. I'm a Christian conservative and I can't believe they've been so successful in doing this.
The left has started multitudes of foundations and nonprofit organizations, many of which are using our tax dollars to grind America down.
They use all kinds of patriotic words to masquerade an extreme leftist orientation, which, if anything, would enslave the people in the same kinds of things with the same kind of ultimate results as communism had.
The communists will let the socialists go so far, and then ultimately the communists really turn on their fellow socialists and they wipe them out too. And their attitude, I think, is really probably pretty close. They figure, look, if these socialists betrayed their own country, the chances are once we get in power, they'll betray us too. So they'll figure, let's just rub them out right now. And at a given point, you'll see in the history of communism that they've been very effective in rubbing out their fellow socialists who brought about their socialism before the Bolsheviks and the hardcore communists with a capital C took them over.
One thing we do really have to recognize is this is a domestic enemy. This is not just people with different ideas. These are not just nice folks who have funny, silly ideas that they will eventually figure out are just not very mature. No, these people are dangerous, dangerous enemies, and they are intent on overthrowing this country and imposing a socialist system that will mean
no.
No. Perhaps treacherously close.
It is never over until it's over. When the fat lady sings, isn't that the slogan? And when the fat lady sings, it's over. Now, she might be clearing her throat.
We saw the great country of Germany in the 1920s brought to its knees. Hitler came into power and destroyed the country. We see countries like Zimbabwe in Africa, which was once a prosperous breadbasket, now just wrecked. Argentina was destroyed by the socialist Perón in the 50s. It was one of the richest countries in the world. So, no, we're not at the point of no return, but it's getting pretty late in the day. There's no time to be casual, that's for sure.
We've spent too many years thinking, because we have Republicans in office or the stock market is doing well, that everything's okay. This is why the left has gained so much ground. It doesn't matter who's been in office. They've just continued pushing forward with their agenda. Well, I believe this is our last chance to push back.
If people are looking for something to do, we have our work cut out for us.
I believe one of the things that we can do that will have a profound impact in changing America is praying.
As soon as we get off our knees, we need to get on our feet.
Become educated about what's going on in the country.
Spend time reading, understand their philosophy and their goals.
They have to master this documentary. They have to go over it a dozen times.
It might be having a monthly movie night with family and friends, watching one of the many great documentaries out there about what is going on in our country.
One of the things that I think people in the United States who believe in our country, believe in our values, can do, quite frankly, is stand up for those values, to make their views known.
And there's times that you got to speak up, and you've got to call things what they are.
We need to be willing to be criticized and to not be silent because of the criticism.
It was Martin Luther who said, if we're faithful on all battlefronts besides, precisely where the battle's the hottest, then we're traitors to the cause.
I like the quote by Abraham Lincoln, who said that silence makes cowards out of the best of men. And we got a lot of people that need to be speaking up right now.
We have an obligation to speak the truth about the policies that are taking us 180 degrees from God's will.
Expand within your church. Expand within the people you have contact. Bring them up to speed and knowledge on what's going on.
We need to organize those around us by simply mobilizing the unique groups of people we are in contact with and being their source of information. We can have an extraordinary effect.
Lenin said that the organized minority will beat the disorganized majority every time.
Our minds should be the sharpest minds in the world.
We need to work within our family to educate our children on what kind of country they live in and build their faith, and then get involved.
Throughout our history as Americans, though, there has always been a great price to be paid for preserving, protecting, and defending this great land.
The people who built America paid a great price. The people who went to war for our nation, boy, did they pay a price. And one of the American values was, we will pay a price for what is right. We will give of ourselves, even if it requires the giving of our lives. That was an American value. That's why it is such a heroic and honorable thing when a soldier defending us pays that price. That's like when you go to Arlington Cemetery in Washington, or the Tomb of the Unknown. You stand there and you say, this is America. We were the people who so believed in these values that it's an honor to stand for, even if it can cost you your very life.
One thing I think we do need to remember, though, is that as we look at those we consider to be heroes in the past, they weren't people who just went along with the status quo. They weren't people who were just saying what was accepted at that time in history. They were people who were rising up above the evil that was being committed in their culture at that time. That's why they were heroes, because they weren't like everyone else.
Never, ever lose sight of the power of one individual American. They can have an unbelievable magnifying effect just by the very fact they make up their mind to do so.
Every time a civilization goes down or a country goes down militarily or economically, somebody else fills the gap. Now, if you look around the world now, it's going to be China, which is massively arming. You've got Russia, which is becoming increasingly belligerent. You've got the radical Islamic world, which works hand in glove with the Russians and the Chinese all the time. You've got a virtually red Latin America. You've got a neutral socialist Europe. So America hasn't got a lot of friends left in the world. Now, that's just not going to affect America. That's going to affect every single remaining country in the free world. Who's going to stand up to China if America doesn't? Who's going to stand up to the Russians? Is Europe going to do it? Australia, New Zealand, Canada? Not a chance. If America, and this is the point I think Americans need to comprehend, if America goes down economically, it will go down militarily. If America goes down militarily, we all go down. The free world is finished, and it'll be finished for a very, very long time.
From North Carolina, I've asked the military and some police call in and talk to us tonight. Lieutenant, welcome to the program. Are you there? Are you there, my friend?
Yes, sir. I hear you.
All right. And you're a lieutenant in the police or the military?
The police department.
Okay, welcome. You been listening to the show for a while?
Oh, yes, sir, for years now.
Bless your heart. And what's your opinion?
Things are going downhill very quickly, sir.
What are you hearing from your superiors of what's coming down and what you're looking for?
Well, they're looking for it to happen, and they're training for it to happen.
Now, you said they're training to take us down or training to defend us?
Yes, sir. Training to take us down. And
really?
Law enforcement here in North Carolina has started training with drones, military-operated drones.
Wow. Okay, they started training with military drones in North Carolina.
Yes, sir. That's correct, sir.
And your superiors are training the forces to take down the American people.
Yes, sir.
How are the forces responding to that?
Well, one of the main things that, and with the breaking news, that the ATF and the U.S. Marshal Service is recruiting from law enforcement agencies here in North Carolina.
They are, yes.
And what they're planning on doing is they'll get the local officers in with the ATF and the U.S. Marshal Service. Now, the payroll will come from the state, but the equipment will be issued by the federal government, all except for the vehicle, and that'll be a totally unmarked cruiser that'll be issued to them.
Wow. Okay, and the timeline, what do you expect to happen?
The The training is going to start within the next week with the officers that volunteer to do this. And mostly the ones that's volunteering are mostly the droid heads. That's what we call them anyhow.
Exactly. The ones who are gung-ho to anything they're told to do.
Yes, sir. And they're all pumped up. They're taking stuff to build their muscles artificially, and it's just unreal. I've been in law enforcement 31 years here, and I've never seen anything like it in my life.
What do you sense yourself?
I'm sorry, sir?
So what do you sense happening yourself? What do you sense, and what's your timeline you sense?
Well, I figure it's going to take them about 30 to 45 days to get everything in line. Now, we have our governor here in North Carolina is one of the governors picked by President Obama to take control under a martial law program.
Wow. And your personal opinion, Lieutenant, what are you going to do?
I'm going home.
You going home to protect your family?
Yes, sir. And that's what the Lord wants me to do, and that's what He says to do, and that's what I intend to do.
But do you expect some kind of movement then within the next 2 or 3 months?
Yes, sir, I do.
As far as?
I think they'll start to move, and they'll start picking out certain people and making confiscations and arrests.
Are they going to do that house to house along the road, roadblocks, or what?
It'll be wherever they can catch the certain individuals at. They want to catch them at home where they can take their preparedness away from them.
And do you have any names been given to you yet?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you think the higher-ups know who it's going to be yet?
I think they do, yes, sir.
Interesting. Well, Lieutenant, if this is the last time you get to speak to the public, what would you tell them?
Trust the Lord and be prepared to defend yourself and your family.
Would you tell them it's time to buy an AR-15 for home defense?
I would say it is, and if you can find one.
Yes, exactly. Yes. And have you also told them to store up food, whatever? Do you see a crisis maybe economically coming?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I see mostly the way I'm figuring it from the information that I've been able to gather is kind of going to come in all together at one time. So they can't blame the government, but they can blame us.
Oh, I see. So they'll collapse the economy on purpose to cause panic and then move in.
Yes, sir.
Now, are you hearing this personally, or you just kind of reading this out there?
This is personal information. This is not hearsay, sir.
So you've been told this?
Yes, sir.
One day soon, I'd like to talk to you off the air, if you don't do that.
Yes, sir.
Would you mind giving my board op, Jamie there, your phone number?
Yes, sir, I will.
Jamie, would you get his phone number, please? And I appreciate it. Go ahead and put Daryl on the...
testing. It's a new unmanned drone that can patrol from the air. Now, it's also a device that HPD wanted to keep under wraps, and now they're being just a little vague at how they're going to use it.
Well, we're tracking a controversial measure that could eventually affect every American who owns a car. Beginning in 2015, it will require all new cars to be fitted with a black box data recorder, much like...
It's an unmanned drone aircraft. HPD, the Federal Department of Homeland Security, and other invited guests all watching to see how this drone could be used for police work. That leaves some to wonder whether the police are now ready to use terrorism fears since 9/11 to push the envelope even further into our private lives.
We see that some of these technologies that were being used in the aftermath of 9/11 that we thought were necessary to protect our security in that time are now being used to diminish privacy in other contexts.
Dangerous information. Civilian drone warfare. Drones. They are everywhere. Used for surveillance and warfare by the U.S. military and increasingly by other nations as well. Local police and federal agencies are ordering drones in record numbers. Government drones on everyday parts of life. This video is not about those drones.
This video is about the civilian use of drones for home and property surveillance, for crop dusting, collecting evidence of pollution, and personal defense. Drones can be purchased ready to fly online or even in kit form for under $100 all the way up to several $1,000s.
All information for the Danger Info drone was found online using the search terms drone and DIY.
But what about the other side of the coin, when drones are used in an ethically gray area, or even directly in unlawful activities? At Danger Information, we decided to find out. So we built a drone with all the bells and whistles. It has 6 rotors for maximum payload, an onboard video and camera transmission system for remote operation. We even went a step further by adding a mount for a handgun to see how safe, or dangerous, an armed drone would be in the hands of a civilian.
Dangerous Information is not responsible for your actions. You are. We do not encourage any illegal activities.
Drones are easy to operate, inexpensive, and are perfect for the 3 Ds of a robot workforce, doing jobs that are dangerous, dull, or dirty. Drones are perfect to send in when sending a human is not a good idea. But what about spy drones? Even though the technology creates tempting opportunities, that doesn't mean it's any more legal than it would be without the drone. So if you use a drone to spy on a neighbor, you could go to jail.
Arming the drone.
Let me be clear. Under no circumstances should you ever put a live firearm on a drone, a remote-controlled toy, or any other vehicle. It's incredibly dangerous and almost certainly a felony. So for testing purposes, we're using this, a realistic handgun paintball marker that only shoots these, 11mm non-lethal paintballs. Can a mail-order drone from a kit even handle the stress of rounds cycling through a gun? Is it accurate? Let's find out. If this is what a novice with a small budget can accomplish, then clearly this technology has a lot of potential. Considering the growing popularity of these DIY devices, it seems inevitable that they're going to be used in ways that the inventors and manufacturers could have never imagined. It may not be exactly Skynet, but clearly we are entering into an age where drones are going to dominate the skies over the U.S. and the world. From all of us at Dangerous Information, I'm Milo Danger. Stay safe.
Good afternoon. When Hurricane Andrew made landfall on August 24th, 1992, Congress and President Bush 41 responded within 31 days with a federal aid package. When Hurricane Gustav made landfall on September 1st, 2008, and then Hurricane Ike hit 12 days later, Congress and President Bush 43 responded in 17 days with a federal aid package. When Hurricane Katrina made landfall on August 29th, 2005, Congress and President Bush 43 responded with an initial $62.3 billion aid package in 10 days. Hurricane Sandy made landfall in New Jersey on October 29th, 2012, 66 days ago. In our state alone, 346,000 homes were damaged or destroyed. Nearly 7 million New Jerseyans were without power, some for up to 14 days. Nearly 600 state roads were closed. 127 shelters housed and fed over 7,000 evacuated citizens. All regional mass transit and Hudson River crossings were closed. All New Jersey schools were closed, some for weeks. Tens of thousands of businesses were damaged or destroyed, with many still closed. Our Jersey shore was devastated, with the loss of homes, public buildings, and iconic symbols of New Jersey culture and economic vitality destroyed.
New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, in his typical no-holds-barred style, just blasted fellow Republican House Speaker John Boehner. The governor is livid after Speaker Boehner postponed a vote on legislation providing $60 billion in relief to victims of Superstorm Sandy.
There's only one group to blame for the continued suffering of these innocent victims: the House majority and their Speaker, John Boehner. We respond to innocent victims of natural disasters not as Republicans or Democrats, but as Americans. Or at least we did until last night. Last night, the House of Representatives failed that most basic test of public service, and they did so with callous indifference to the suffering of the people of my state.
Joining me now, Republican Congressman Michael Grimm of New York. Welcome, Representative Grimm, and I'm sure you're not feeling too happy today because your district includes Staten Island and parts of Brooklyn, among the hardest areas hit by Sandy. So what are you saying to your constituents and those victims today?
No, it's one of the toughest things I have to do is to look them in the eye and tell them that they have to wait another few weeks to get the relief that is so desperately needed. And for some, and this is the hardest part, and this is what people have to understand, because there's different things being said by different people in the conference, that there's money in FEMA and so on. For some of these small business owners, they will lose their business now. They will go out of business, and there is no 2 weeks for them. They'll be done. And that is a really hard pill to swallow, and which is why I have a big job ahead of me, and that is to speak directly to Speaker Boehner and explain that he has got to bring this vote as quickly as possible. Well, in fact, you said publicly last night that it was inexcusable that he hadn't. And I know you're joining other members of the congressional delegation from New York and New Jersey. Are you going to be that forceful with him? I mean, can you say that to the House Speaker, that it's inexcusable? I already have, and yes, I don't go back in my words. I would never say something on television that I wouldn't say to the Speaker directly. I'm a very forthright person. As someone who's been in the military, I believe in that respect, and I think it is an indefensible error in judgment. And it's surprising to me because I think I've gotten to know the Speaker fairly well over the last 2 years, and I know where his heart is, and I know that my initial discussions over the last several weeks has been that he wants to do this. So I think it's a combination of many things coming together. Again, no excuses. I can't give him an excuse on this one. I'm just sorry, I can't. This has to be done. There is no excuse. We have to move forward, and it's now my job to explain why we cannot delay any further, and the delay we already had is unacceptable. And how long of a delay are you expecting? I mean, I was speaking with one of your House colleagues from New Jersey, Representative Bill Pascrell, and he says, maybe a couple of weeks, because you in essence have to push a restart button when the 113th Congress gets sworn in at noon tomorrow. Then you have to start this whole process over again. Well, there's no question. This is a huge lift that I'm not only going to have to, with my colleagues, when I say myself, I speak on behalf of everyone from Congressman King and Frank Lobiondo and everyone on both sides of the aisle. So I don't want to make it sound like it's just me. There is a big effort by all of New York and New Jersey. But I can tell you that I personally will be doing two things: making sure the Speaker understands that not one more extra day can be wasted in bringing this vote, and that to avoid extra days being wasted, we cannot start a process that we know is going to be cumbersome and unrealistic. And what I mean by that is we have to have $60 billion. This is not going to be a case where we go back and we get $27 billion. That's unacceptable. First of all, $27 billion is the bare bones minimum that they need to replace flood insurance and FEMA. That is not the money needed to rebuild New York and New Jersey. Those block grants that everyone's been speaking of is absolutely necessary if you want to build New York, New Jersey. Now, if you don't want to rebuild us, then say so. But I don't think that's what the Speaker wants to do. I know in his heart he wants to rebuild New York and New Jersey, and he has to. So now I've got to put his feet to the fire. I got to press him, and you know, ultimately, I really do believe that he's going to come through. But right now, I can tell you, I do feel that the rug has been pulled out from under me, and I feel that this has been an absolutely indefensible, inexcusable error in judgment.
All right, Representative Michael Grimm, good luck with the meeting you have ahead. We'll be waiting to hear how it goes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Read my lips. No new taxes.
I will close Guantanamo. I will restore habeas corpus.
Guantanamo, that's easy. Close down Guantanamo, restore habeas corpus.
We're going to lead by shutting down Guantanamo and restoring habeas corpus.
I intend to close Guantanamo, and I will follow through on that. Guantanamo will be closed.
That flag represents rule of law and due process, and that's why we're going to close Guantanamo and restore habeas corpus.
Well, yesterday, President Barack Obama signed the 2013 National Defense Authorization Act, despite threats that he might veto the bill. He then released a statement saying, in part, that he's approved the annual defense authorization legislation as he's done in previous years because it authorizes essential support for service members and their families. It renews vital national security programs and helps ensure that the United States will continue to have the strongest military in the world. Now, the president went on to say he signed the law because he supports the majority of the provisions, but he does not agree with all of them, and then named several of those that he disagreed with. Section 533, for example, because he says the military already protects the freedom of conscience, and others like Sections 1027 and 1028, because they limit the powers of the executive branch. He didn't mention anything about Section 1021, one of the most controversial aspects of the NDAA. The 2012 version of the bill gave the military the power to arrest and hold people, including Americans, without charge and without the writ of habeas corpus. Now, California Senator Dianne Feinstein had introduced an amendment in December that would have forbidden indefinite detention of Americans, and it passed in the Senate, but it was later stripped from the final version of the bill. The executive director of the ACLU responded to all of this by saying this was a major fail on the part of the Obama administration, adding, quote, his signature means indefinite detention without charge or trial, as well as illegal military commissions, will be extended. He also has jeopardized his ability to close Guantanamo Bay during his presidency. Scores of men who have already been held for nearly 11 years without being charged with a crime, including more than 80 who have been cleared for transfer, may very well be imprisoned unfairly for yet another year. The president should use whatever discretion he has in the law to order many of the detainees transferred home and finally step up next year to close Guantanamo and bring a definite end to indefinite detention. That end doesn't appear to be anytime soon. This newly signed law could be an early sign that despite a fresh start, we could be looking at more of the same from President Obama's first term.
I will promise you this, that if we have not gotten our troops out by the time I am president, it is the first thing I will do. I will get our troops home. We will bring an end to this war. You can take that to the bank.
Let me emphasize that we anticipate this transition to take place in a matter of days and not a matter of weeks. I am less interested in passing out blame than I am in learning from and correcting these mistakes to make us safer. For ultimately, the buck stops with me.
The only measure of my success as president, when people look back 5 years from now or 9 years from now, is going to be, did I get this economy fixed?
I love these folks who helped get us in this mess and then suddenly say, well, this is Obama's economy. That's fine. Give it to me. My job is to solve problems, not to stand on the sidelines and carp and gripe.
That I will be held accountable. I've got 4 years.
You're going to know quickly how people feel about what's happening.
That's exactly right. And if I don't have this done in 3 years, then there's going to be a one-term proposition.
When I said change we can believe in, I didn't say change we can believe in tomorrow. You had an Arab Spring in the Middle East, and then you had the situation in Europe, and you had a tsunami in Japan. The severe storms all along the East Coast. Because we've got this big, messy, tough democracy. There are still too many Republicans in Congress who have refused to listen to the voices of reason and compromise. These are bills that Congress ran up.
But, we've been a little bit lazy, I think, over the last couple.
And one of the things I think the next president has to do is to stop fanning people's fears. If we spend all our time feeding the American people fear and conflict and division, then they become fearful and conflicted and divided. And if we feed them hope and we feed them reason and tolerance, then they will become tolerant and reasonable and hopeful. And that, I think, is one of the most important things that the next president can do, is try to bring us together and stop trying to fan the flames of division that have become so standard in our politics in Washington. That's the kind of experience, by the way, that we need to put an end to.
We don't need the slash and burn, say anything, do anything politics that divides and distracts, that tears us apart instead of bringing us together. Because if you don't have any fresh ideas, then you use stale tactics to scare voters. If you don't have a record to run on, then you paint your opponent as someone people should run from. We don't mind the Republicans joining us. They can come for the ride, but they got to sit in back. And you see folks waving tea bags around.
What I believe is that marriage is between a man and a woman.
As far as why, what in your religious faith calls you to be against gay marriage?
What I believe in my faith is that a man and a woman, when they get married, are performing something before God. I believe that marriage is the union between a man and a woman. Now, for me as a Christian, it's also a sacred union. God's in the mix.
I think same-sex couples should be able to get married.
President Obama, 24 hours after making history, he's making money.
Did he do it because he thought it was right, or did he do it for political reasons? 67% said political.
I want to be the president of the United States of America. Where we once were, we are no longer a Christian nation. We are no longer a Christian nation. Change has come to America.
I'm a proponent of pay-as-you-go. Every dollar that I proposed an additional cut so that it matches. And I want to go through the federal budget line by line, page by page. Programs that don't work, we should cut. Programs that we need, we should make them work better.
And that's why today I'm pledging to cut the deficit we inherited by half by the end of my first term in office. We are going to ban all earmarks, the process by which individual members insert pet projects. By ending no-bid contracts, by eliminating wasteful spending. We can save billions of dollars by cutting private contractors and improving management and oversight of hundreds of billions of dollars that our government spends on contracts. And I'll finally end the abuse of no-bid contracts once and for all. The days of sweetheart deals for Halliburton will be over when I'm in the White House. We'll finally end the abuse of no-bid contracts once and for all. The days of sweetheart deals for Halliburton and the like will be over when I'm in the White House. The way Bush has done it over the last 8 years is to take out a credit card from the Bank of China in the name of our children, driving up our national debt from $5 trillion for the first 42 presidents. Number 43 added $4 trillion by his lonesome, so that we now have over $9 trillion of debt that we are going to have to pay back. $30,000 for every man, woman, and child. That's irresponsible. It's unpatriotic. I am absolutely confident that we can choose our own economic destiny. We can choose another 4 years with the same reckless fiscal policies that George Bush has implemented, taking our national debt from $5 trillion to over $9 trillion in the span of 8 years, mortgaging our children's future on a mountain of debt, or we can restore some fiscal responsibility in Washington. We can, yes we can.
I mean, the debt ceiling, that's a formality. Historically, this has not even been an issue. It's an unpleasant vote, but it's been a routine vote that Congress does periodically.
The truth is that compared to other countries around the world, our deficit problems are completely manageable. And I could not get Republicans to go ahead and say, you're right, we're going to put country ahead of party.
The last thing we should do is raise taxes on the middle class. You will not see your taxes increase one single dime. You will not see your taxes increase a single dime. I repeat, not one single dime.
Under this mandate, the government is forcing people to spend money, fining you if you don't. How is that not a tax?
Topping the news this hour, well, they've done it again. In literally an 11th hour deal, the U.S. House of Representatives passed a fiscal cliff budget deal that President Obama is expected to sign into law. So that's that. Crisis averted. Cue the confetti, right? Well, actually not even close. The U.S. might have avoided an economic calamity in the short run, but the future of the country is still as uncertain as it was before, if not even more so. Let's take a look at the scorecard. Did the U.S. meet its fiscal cliff deadline of midnight December 31st to avoid financial repercussions? Nope. Despite the fact that Congress had almost a year to act, it missed its deadline by a day. Luckily, stock markets were closed on New Year's and are doing quite well today as a result of the newly signed deal. And then there's the whole retroactive agreement thing, meaning that Congress can decide it didn't, in fact, go over the fiscal cliff when the truth is that technically it did. So what about the automatic spending cuts known as sequestration, or the crux of the crisis? No, a final decision on how much to cut and where to cut from has been delayed only by a couple of months. What's more, sequestration could be even harsher on military programs if a deficit and debt agreement are not reached between Congress and the White House by this new deadline. So did the deal raise the desired amount of revenue to please both Republicans and Democrats? A big fat no on that one, and President Obama had to reel back on his campaign promise to raise taxes on all people making $250,000 or more. Did the cliff deal put the U.S. on a long-term path to decrease the deficit, as was the plan? Not even close. In fact, President Obama spoke in very harsh words to Congress last night about paying its bills on time. Did it avoid a tax increase on the employed? Not really. It might have raised only taxes on the people making $450,000 or more, but it did not address the payroll tax increases at all, meaning that 77% of Americans will be paying more in federal taxes come 2013. And if you make about $50,000 a year, just for an example, you can expect to see your taxes increase by about $1,000. So despite the fact that Congress is breathing a sigh of relief today, things are as desperate as ever. The U.S. could still end up going over the fiscal cliff after all. So to talk more about this and more was Max Brad-Wolf, senior analyst at Greencast Capital and professor at the New School. He joined me earlier and started off by talking about the successes and failures on Congress's part.
I think I would liken it in the following. Congress took the U.S.
government, the U.S. economy hostage. Then they let their hostage go about an hour, several hours after the hostage deadline, and they now would like to be congratulated for letting their hostages go. However, since they took the hostages, it's hard to be excited. In addition to which, this has reputationally damaged the United States, as well as really damaged the United States, because all the uncertainty and all the negativity over the last really 10 months almost as this dragged out, and particularly over the last 6 weeks, have subdued the level of economic activity below where it would have been. Is this the worst case scenario? No. Is there anything here to congratulate on yourself on, really, the way Congress has? Not unless you live in the parallel universe that seems to house most of our senior political leadership.
So, Max, let's talk about the winners and losers here. Who do you see as the biggest winners of last night and the biggest losers?
Well, certainly bigger winners on some level are folks who make between $250,000 and $400,000 or $450,000 as a family. I'm not sure that's really the middle class, although apparently Congress, which often earns in that range, does think that's the middle class. Who are the losers here? The United States is a loser among the community of nations because we've showed our orgiastic dysfunction politically and showed how it affects our economy in a way that's very raw and could not possibly be beneficial. In addition to which, it is ironic that we watched the party, especially the Republican Party, fight tooth and nail to keep people from a 4% increase in their taxes if they make basically between $250,000 and $450,000, but nobody cared all that much to keep the average household from seeing a $1,000 increase in their taxes vis-a-vis the payroll tax increase. And I think it's a sort of painful reminder of who butters the bread and where Congress's eyes are focused in terms of who they believe their core constituency is.
And Max, that's not even to mention the fact that the U.S. credit ratings will likely be downgraded yet again, making it more difficult for the U.S. to borrow money as a government and also more expensive. So let me ask you this. Why did this bill fall so short? I mean, was Congress so eager to pass a bill, any bill at all, that it forgot what it was trying to accomplish in the first place?
That's quite possible. I mean, again, I think you might be better off with a psychiatrist than an economist to figure this out. What I would say is the following. The difference between the Democrat and Republican parties here is actually not very big. But they've been drinking their Kool-Aid, exaggerating this sort of small difference between them into some giant difference, which really is not fairly true. The other thing is that the Democrats really kind of promised there'd be no middle class tax increase, and there'd be no entitlement cuts. We're going to get middle income tax increases. We're also going to get entitlement cuts. And the Republicans guaranteed to their faithful there'd be no tax increase, but we got them. So it was very difficult because there are very few things they promised their various bases, Democrats and Republicans, and this deal violated all the basic promises to both basic constituencies, so nobody wanted to be responsible for a deal, and everybody was much more interested in grandstanding and talking ideological purity than solving the nation's problems. Of course, that's also how we got in to the difficult situation that we find ourselves in, still now, and certainly before the deal as well.
And Max, we knew that at some point there had to be a compromise, that not everybody was going to be happy with every part of this bill. That's something that we knew about. But you just talked about the payroll tax cuts and the end of them and why no one is talking about them. So let me ask you this. I mean, you and I and average Americans are going to be paying more, and that's just the fact of it. 77% of us are going to be paying more. So why was this expected, and why isn't Congress or anyone for that matter talking about this? Is this the thing that is just supposed to be mum on Congress's part?
Well, I mean, it's a great question. To give them the sort of benefit of the doubt here, it was an expiry of a tax cut. So what we're seeing is a 4.25% rate going back to a 6.5% rate about on the payroll tax from the employer's, the employee's responsibility. So it is actually the end of a tax cut as opposed to technically a tax hike, although it will feel like one, of around $1,100 to $1,300 for the average family. Why aren't we hearing much about it? Because they're focusing on the few successes, some real, some imagined, and that is not an area of success, and it highlights that when the Republican Party says no new taxes at all, they mean new taxes, and including new taxes for people who can't afford it, and when the Democratic Party says no new taxes for anyone making under $250,000, they mean no new taxes except for the new taxes that you now have, which are $1,300 more probably on average per year. So nobody really wants to talk about the face plant that they executed here. They want to talk about the half twist on their way down that they did, not how they landed on their face, not their feet.
And Max, I do have to bring up another point. There was a couple of interesting notes with this fiscal cliff deal. There was a couple of sweet things that slid under the radar for most people, things that you wouldn't expect to see. There was $430 million that was dedicated to Hollywood to encourage television and film production. $331 million went to railroads. $222 million went to Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands for taxes collected, the excise taxes collected on the rum they produced. $70 million went to NASCAR. $59 million went to algae growers to encourage the production of this cellulosic biofuel, and $4 million in expanded tax credits went to electric motorcycle makers. So, I mean, all of those things, from what I'm hearing, they're all sweeteners. They're just meant to encourage people that were really against the fiscal cliff bill to be a little bit more open to it. Why these deals and why now? Was this really the most important thing that needed to be settled?
No, absolutely not. But I think those are great examples, and some of them quite funny. Others are sort of tragic comic. But it reminds us, we're talking about a $4 trillion budget. So the idea that there isn't really money for this or that is really another way of saying, somewhat dishonestly, you are not a priority. And the payroll tax reminds us that the average working American suffering through now really the 5th year of stagnant to negative wage growth is not a priority. And if we want to look at why, I think our debate would have to start on a political system that's auctioning off these jobs, and we'd have to revisit things like Citizens United. Until we do that, somebody's special constituent who needs an asparagus museum or needs a bridge to nowhere or needs a special excise tax rebate is going to be first and foremost for Congress, unlike working families, because that's who pays for the campaigns.
It's a really interesting point to note, and I know China and North Korea are following this story, along with other global leaders are following this story quite closely. They are actually asking the U.S. why is something not being resolved, and you know, there's a lot of other people that are wondering what kind of a precedent we're setting, being the global leader, for other countries to be able to resolve their issues. Max Rod-Wolf, Senior Analyst for Greencast Capital. Thank you so much for your opinion, sir.
Thank you.
Because when I'm president, meetings where laws are written will be more open to the public, no more secrecy. That's a commitment I make to you as president. I'll make our government open and transparent so that anyone can ensure that our business is the people's business.
But these negotiations will be on C-SPAN. And so the public will be part of the conversation.
We're going to do all these negotiations on C-SPAN. So the American people will be able to watch these negotiations.
You know, I respect the fact that Senator Clinton and President Clinton attempted in '93 to get health care reform passed. But I do think that they did it in the wrong way, because it was behind closed doors and we did not enlist the American people in the process.
When there's a bill that ends up on my desk as president, you, the public, will have 5 days to look online and find out what's in it before I sign it, so that you know what your government's doing.
Let me say it as simply as I can. Transparency and the rule of law will be the touchstones of this president.
Since taking office, this has been the administration that's prosecuted more whistleblowers in 2 years than in the preceding 40 years. It meets with lobbyists across the street from the White House so they don't have to disclose their meeting with lobbyists. And, this is true, censored nearly 200 pages of internal emails about their efforts to make government more transparent.
That means no more illegal wiretapping of American citizens. No more national security letters to spy on citizens who are not suspected of a crime. No more tracking citizens who do nothing more than protest a misguided war. No more ignoring the law when it is inconvenient.
When Congress offers you a bill, do you promise not to use presidential signage to get your way?
Yes. I believe in the Constitution and I will obey the Constitution of the United States. We're not going to use signing statements as a way of doing an end run around Congress. All right?
We have a responsibility to act. That's what's happened in Libya over the course of these last 6 weeks.
The biggest problems that we're facing right now have to do with George Bush trying to bring more and more power into the executive branch and not go through Congress at all. And that's what I intend to reverse when I'm President of the United States of America. Can't wait for Congress to do its job. So where they won't act, I will. And I've told my administration, we're going to look every single day to figure out what we can do without Congress. What can we do without? They will not work in my White House, and they will not drown out the voices of the American people when I am president. Tell the lobbyists in Washington that their days of setting the agenda are over. They have not funded my campaign. They will not work in my White House.
Just this weekend, the New York Times published a list of names, a rather long list of names of people who are working on Obama's transition team or who have accepted jobs in his White House, who are either former lobbyists or who have close ties to lobbyists.
And that means that no matter how we reform health care, we will keep this promise to the American people. If you like your doctor, you will be able to keep your doctor, period. If you like your health care plan, you will be able to keep your health care plan, period. No one will take it away, no matter what. Under my plan of a cap and trade system, electricity rates would necessarily skyrocket.
I think it is important for us to send some price signals to change behavior. Americans like to drive their big SUVs. They like to leave all the lights on in their house. We're going to have to change our habits. If we want to do something serious about that, it's not going to be painless. We cannot continue to rely only on our military in order to achieve the national security objectives that we've set. We've got to have a civilian national security force that's just as powerful, just as strong, just as well funded. We can't drive our SUVs and, eat as much as we want and keep our homes on, 72 degrees at all times, and whether we're living in a desert or we're living in the tundra, and then just expect that every other country is going to say, okay, you guys go ahead and keep on using 25% of the world's energy, even though you only account for 3% of the population, and we'll be fine. Don't worry about us. That's not leadership. We are 5 days away from fundamentally transforming the United States of America.
Ministers say they are preparing to take legal action against Iceland to recover billions of pounds paid out to British savers following the collapse of Iceland's banks. Icelandic voters have rejected for a second time a deal to reimburse the UK and the Netherlands over the failure of IceSave in 2008. The row over the bill comes just a day before a government-appointed commission gives its first view of the future of banking in Britain. Jane Deeth reports.
At the second time of asking, Iceland still hasn't warmed to the idea of paying back the £2.3 billion it owes the UK since the collapse of the internet bank IceSave. In the second referendum on a compensation deal, 60% of people voted no to paying for a private bank's losses, and they'd have paid with interest for the next 30 years. The finance minister said there's no point asking them again.
I think it's very hard to interpret this in any other way than the fact that the Icelandic people is not prepared to accept payments or shoulder burden unless there is a clear legal obligation to do so.
It is obviously disappointing that it seems that the people of Iceland have rejected what was a negotiated settlement. And of course we respect the will of the Icelandic people in this matter, and we're going to have to now go and talk to the international partners with whom we work, not least the government of the Netherlands. And now, it now looks like this process will end up in the courts. There's a legal process going on.
The government says it's got an obligation to chase Iceland for the $2.3 billion because we're in a difficult position too and could really use the cash.
Sturla Jonsson to pick up the pieces, and you're listening to Business Daily from the BBC in Reykjavik in Iceland. The anger of the Icelandic people has global ramifications, particularly as Greece and Ireland contemplate swingeing cuts in public spending. The Icelandic MP Birgitta Jónsdóttir says a signal is being sent.
I think this referendum is a very strong statement from the general public in Iceland saying we refuse to take socialize private debt. And what this will mean for Europe is, and other countries in the world, and that is why very many nations are trying to stop this referendum happening behind the scenes, is that they fear that this will set an example, for example, in Greece, because people are sick of this. They are really sick of having to take on private debt, especially from the banksters. So maybe we will encourage others to do exactly this. And maybe this will encourage the financial sector to stop being such leeches on the general public.
You are proposing to renege on debt, renege on loans made to you.
Well, loans that we never asked for, and we didn't, like most of people in Iceland had no idea about this deal until we were supposed to fork out for it. There are 317,000 people living in Iceland. There were 300-something thousand accounts, ISAF accounts. Each person in Iceland is responsible for 21,000 euros. Okay, we might not pay it directly, but we will pay it by like 80,000 Icelanders will pay their income tax on only the interest of this loan that we never asked for. And for me, representing the nation here in Parliament, this is completely unacceptable.
But wasn't the time to say that before the great crash? Wasn't the time to say...
A lot of people tried to say that.
But the point is that those banks thrived, seemed to be thriving. It was all on borrowed money, but they seemed to be thriving in a financial system which should have underwritten them. Well, and the time to say we can't underwrite these banks was then, not now.
Well, people did say that. Most of the media was owned by the oligarchs that owned the banks. The banks were only privatized 5 years prior to the crash. In 5 years, the Independence Party ruling the Icelandic country...
Elected by the Icelandic people.
Not all Icelandic people.
Well, the argument is that the people elect a government, and your government of the time never put those things in place. It never underwrote those banks.
Hang on. This is not true, because it was not. This is a classic thing for the financial sector. That this was a bank in England and the UK, and there was also a bank in Germany. Yes. Why did none of these countries stop these banks going into their territories?
The home government, an elected government here in Reykjavik, in this building, was thought to be responsible for its own banks.
Of course, it is partially responsible. That's why we take
so you pay the money.
We take 1/3 of the risk with this, and then the UK and the Dutch, they take the rest of the risk because their own legislation failed as well. Why should we carry their baggage?
I'm trying to understand the anger here. I'm quite surprised by that.
Well, the anger is very simple.
I don't mean with you, but I mean other people.
No. It's quite simple. The UK government put the Terrorist Act on Icelanders while we're down. That is where the anger comes from.
To freeze funds.
To freeze funds, but they put us on their website, side by side to Al-Qaeda, side by side to Zimbabwe. We were there on that website with all the main terrorist states in the world. And this not only, they only froze the assets of Landsbanki, however, what it did, it stopped all credit lines to Iceland. We were facing not getting food, not getting medication, forced into an IMF program. They were experimenting. We're a small country. However, don't forget, we're the first country that this brutal force is used on. This is economic warfare.
Birgitte Jonsdottir.
It's now known as the Pots and Pans Revolution. No injuries, few arrests, and instead of blood, streets ran with thrown food. But it was enough to force special elections. The Prime Minister replaced, and 2 protesters were voted into Parliament.
You got it all.
Yeah.
And now you are a member of Parliament.
Yes, I am.
That's amazing. So from out here to in there, in the space of a few months.
You see, they knew that they were not strong enough to conquer a unified country. So they split Germany into small groups. They used prejudice as a practical weapon to cripple the nation. Remember that when you hear this kind of talk. Somebody's going to get something out of it. And it isn't going to be you.
Listen to these words. You, ma'am, have overstepped a line that is not your domain. I am not your subject. I am the man who keeps you free. Those words are from a former Marine to Democratic Senator Dianne Feinstein of California, telling her that he would not register his weapons with the government even if her proposed ban on assault weapons is passed. The letter started on a CNN report and has gained lots of attention online. Joshua Boston, an Afghanistan veteran, joins me now from Louisville. Your reports, Joshua, have gone viral, more than 250,000 views in the last few days. What made you write it, and did you ever think that it would get so much attention?
I didn't expect it to get as much attention as it did, but these things happen. I wrote it because I kept seeing in the news this debate about gun control, and all the points being brought up by Senator Feinstein, a lot of it's misinformation, and it seems to be, it's fear-mongering that she's spreading, and it's being perpetrated by the media as well. There's just not a whole lot of double-checking and not a lot of facts coming out in this discussion.
Well, you wrote this letter. I'm curious, is it in regards to any proposed assault weapon ban or specifically the senators?
Specifically the one she posted up on her webpage a few days ago. She said she intends to bring it in as soon as possible in this next congressional session.
So what will you do if an assault weapon ban is passed?
Well, I'm not going to be registering, and precedent's already been set by David Gregory, who apparently doesn't have to abide by the laws of Washington, D.C., so why should I have to abide by
we don't know
a
that. There was some
weapons
miscommunication
ban?
there, apparently. But what will you do then? You won't register,
Fair enough.
and what do you think might happen to you?
Well, I mean, whatever happens, happens, but I have a right granted to me by the Second Amendment in our Bill of Rights, and it says shall not be infringed.
Most, if not all, assault weapon bans are looking towards the future. They're not retroactive. Now, according to Feinstein, her bill will ban the sale, the transfer, the importation, and the possession, not retroactively, but prospectively. It will ban the same for big clips, drums, or strips of more than 10 bullets. And in response to your letter, I want to read the statement that the senator released. She writes, Senator Feinstein respects Corporal Boston's service. She has heard from thousands of people, including many gun owners, who support her plan to stop the sale, transfer, importation, and manufacturing of assault weapons and large-capacity magazines, strips, and drums that hold more than 10 rounds. As Senator Feinstein has said, the legislation will be carefully focused to protect the rights of existing gun owners by exempting hundreds of weapons used for hunting and sporting purposes. That was from her office. What do you make of that?
I'm still confused as to where the hunting and sporting clause is in the Second Amendment. It's nowhere to be found in the Bill of Rights or the Constitution, so I don't understand what she means.
So when you look at those things that happened, like the shooting in Newtown or the shooting in Aurora, Colorado, you don't think that there should be any change to the law?
The laws we have are extensive. I mean, there's over 2,000 gun laws as it is, and the fact of the matter is predators are amongst us, and we have to recognize that fact. We don't live in a utopia. Our citizens have to be armed to protect themselves from these madmen.
So what is the solution then? I mean, is that the solution to stop these tragedies, is for everyone to be armed? How do you stop this from happening again?
Not for everyone, but it certainly ups the probability of successfully stopping a shooter before you have 20 dead, 30 dead.
Joshua Boston.
People will choose or whether or not.
Go on.
People will choose whether or not to carry if they want to. I've made that choice, as have hundreds of thousands of other Americans. And should we unfortunately ever find ourselves in a situation to protect others in our lives, we will.
But the law is the law if it becomes law and you're just willing to break it.
Unconstitutional laws aren't laws.
Okay. I'll leave it at that. Joshua Boston, thank you very much. And do keep us posted on what comes of your letter.
I will. Thank you, Randy.